Hi, my name is Will Myers. I'm an instructor here at Roy Underhill's Woodwright School in Pittsboro, North Carolina. And this is a class that I teach. It's the Moravian Workbench. It's a portable workbench of an old design. It's not a new idea, and it fits really well in today's woodworker's shop. It can break down, fit in a closet, easy to load in a car or a pickup, and you can load it by yourself, which is a huge plus because you don't need any help. The design came from a town in the Piedmont of North Carolina called Old Salem, which was, of course, originally just called Salem. It was settled by Moravians in 1766. And this design came from a bench in their collection. It's almost identical to this one. Made a few changes, but not many. And this one is made out of the same materials for the most part as the original. The original was yellow pine and oak, and this one is also. The yellow pine and red and white oak are still readily available here anyway, just like they were then. I'm sure they just used whatever they had. So. The bench is heavy, stable, and excellent for a hand tool woodworker or power tool either, but particularly suited to hand tool because of its mass. A completely assembled bench weighs about 220 pounds, which is good. It's still light enough. Like I said, broke down, you can move it, but it's heavy enough to serve really well, and it's a bench I really enjoyed using. I built the original 3 years ago and have used it almost constantly since. It's just it's impressed me from the get-go. It's just done anything I wanted to do, and the design being portable and you can break it down and move it is just excellent. Like I said, it break down, fit in a closet, wherever you want to put it. If you want to move around and work in different places in your home or your shop, it's easy to do. But let's start at the beginning. The beginning is at Old Salem. They have the original bench that I got this design from and these measurements from in their collection. And let's go have a look. And here we are, we're at Old Salem, and we're in their warehouse. This is where they store artifacts that aren't on display, and we're here with Brian Coe over historic interpretation here at Old Salem, and here is the original bench that I copied the bench we're building from. And Brian's going to tell, he knows more of the history and kind of the backstory to this bench than I do. So, Brian, what?
Well, I know a little bit of the story of the bench and some ideas about the rest of it. But as you know, this is one of our historic workbenches, one of the smallest ones in our collection. Although it works very well as a primary bench, it was probably one that was used to take into a building and a work site. And one of the reasons we think that is because of this inventory from the joiner's shop here in Salem in 1801 on the date for this one. And it shows 4 workbenches with equipment and 1 light workbench to carry into the building. And so we've always thought of this little workbench in those terms. And as I started looking more into the history of this bench, I found some other evidence though that kind of helps support that. This is a nice little drawing that was done in the early 19th century. This is David Tannenberg, an organ builder, and his journeyman, Bachman, and they are installing an organ in Lidditz, Pennsylvania, and he dies in 1807 while they're installing that organ. But if you look to the side, you'll see the workbench they're using during their installation phase of the construction. And it's remarkably similar to the old bench that you see here. The stretchers along the legs were left out of the drawing, but you still have the tapered legs, the stop for planing, the leg vise. Everything else is very similar. And it's very unique to think about. Bachman was the fellow who came to Salem in 1798 and in 1800 to install 2 organs for here in Salem for the church. And so just a couple of years after that, we see proof that these gentlemen, when they're installing an organ, have a workbench that looks amazingly like this one. Is it possible that perhaps Bachman brought this one with him to do the installation of the organs? Did he have it built after he got here in Salem and then left it behind? Or did the joiners in Salem see his little workbench, decide that was a great idea, and decided to build one for themselves? Those things we don't really know, but the historical tie-ins really indicate strongly that this is a circa 1800 workbench design.
Wow, that's quite a story. Now you said this bench originally came from a previous historic collection, a Wachovia collection.
It comes down through the Wachovia
predates-
Historical Society. It actually predates Old Salem as far as being a museum piece in its own right.
So that's something else. That's quite a story there. So, Moravian workbench, why would you want one? Why would you build it? I kind of hate to admit this, but the reason what turned me onto it, what attracted me to this particular design was the way it looked. And I generally would worry more about function than the way it looks. And so the bench really surprised me after I got it built. I built it, of course, to use it, but it functioned much better than I assumed it would from when I first seen it to when I got it built and then started putting it to work and trying stuff with it. And its design, it's pretty unique as far as I've been able to tell, as far as especially the structure underneath. A lot of benches have tusk tenons, but not many with angled legs. And a setup quite like this. I've not quite seen anything identical to it or really even very similar. You see some stuff, like I said, with straight legs with tusk tenons and a little bit different structure underneath to hold it up and hold it together. But this one was the simplest by far that I've noticed. And like I said, the angled legs, I like the tenons coming through the little dovetailed stretcher here at the bottom. It gives it a good look, and it's one of the rare things in the world, it seems like to me, that looks good and works good too. And it seemed like in my life most of the things that look the best have not worked out. But this did. And let's talk a little bit about the wood and some of the features of this bench and options. First thing most people notice is this narrow top. A lot of folks assume a workbench has got to be real wide, real thick and heavy, and this one's not. And if it was, it would hurt its portability. And it doesn't need to be any wider. Most of my experience is, and you can look at this one, most of the damage from where I've used it, wear and tear, is right here around the face vise. There's some skint places on back. But I've noticed is most things you're doing in hand tool work, most operations, you're right here in front of you. It's awkward to reach back here and chop a mortise, but it's not right here. So why have a big top way back here? A lot of weight to deal with. But weight is a good thing too in a workbench. To a point. Roubeau bench, I can't say anything bad about it. I built one a few years ago. It's a great bench. It really works well. But if you want to move it, mine weighs 350 pounds, and it's a lightweight compared to a lot of the ones that people build that get up in 400 and 500, 600 pounds. Pretty much impossible to, it's not mobile. I mean, it's movable, but you're going to have help, and it's not a simple undertaking. Even mine at 350 is not easy to move, and I can't move it alone. So how can we capture something like a roubeau and something that's not quite so heavy? And to me, this is the answer. Works well. We've got a solid heavy chunk here at the front. Like I said, this one, most of them in oak, you're looking at around 100 pounds. This one, if I remember right, weighs 97, the top alone. I can move that pretty well. Get it in and out of a truck or a car, or break the bench down to move it around. Depending on your situation, you may want a lighter top. You may want one heavier, but I wouldn't recommend much heavier if you're thinking about moving it on your own. You can get too big. If you had a top this thickness, full width of this, the average human being couldn't pick it up. So if you could, you couldn't go anywhere with it. So at 13 inches wide, thereabouts, or 13 and a half, I can't remember exactly what this one is, 3.5 thick. This bench is 6.5 foot long. I come up with that measurement. That's what the original is. This top is an old beam out of a barn found. When I started working on this bench, I was originally going to laminate a yellow pine top, which was glue together narrow, thinner strips, and build up a top. And happened to run across this, and that's an option for a place to find wood for a top, is like a recycled lumber place, or a lot of old buildings had some bigger beams and stuff in them, and it may be an option you may want to check out. If not, they can be sawn, of course, from new lumber, new trees, and but it's not a readily available dimension, and so you're going to have to either have one cut and it be green, and you're going to have to deal with drying it, or laminate thinner strips together, which is just fine, and in a way better, because it's more stable through humidity changes. A top that's green or not completely dry all the way through, and there's a good chance, even waiting a lot of years, one of these tops still going to be wet in the middle. Just all there is to it. So you run the risk of it warping or cupping and moving around over time, which is not a big deal. A bench like this you can flatten in 30 or 40 minutes, as long as it's not real bad. If one twisted a lot, it would take a little longer. But so laminating or an old beam or new wood is good options for the top. The undercarriage, the original yellow pine legs and the long stretchers running here end to end were made of yellow pine, which is a local wood, and it still have quite a bit of it, so it's easy to get. The short stretchers are oak on this one, red oak I believe on this one. Red or white oak would work good for those. Yellow pine would work. This very top one, which we'll look at more later, would be a good place to use a harder wood if you've got it. Yellow pine would probably serve okay in that position. I know it would in the next two, the middle stretcher or the bottom. But that top one can have a lot of force depending on the kind of work you're doing. So as you'll see, using this one this week, we'll be beating and chopping, and it takes a lot of beating right there in that position. So oak would be a good choice. Legs, yellow pine, Douglas fir, poplar, whatever you have available local. You could use oak. It's going to add more weight, and it may be something you want. would work well. Spruce. There are a lot of woods. The softer wood will work for the legs. All the force that's applied to them is basically straight down. So any work you're doing, the force applied to it's on the end grain. It's trying to push that leg down. And most woods, even soft woods, are fairly strong in that direction. So a lot of options there, whatever you want to use. The vise, the chop for it, I would recommend oak or a hard maple would be good. Ash would be good. You could laminate yellow pine and make one. Would work well also. The screw, these you can make screw taps and dies for wooden screws yourself and make your own screw. These I buy, and the ones I buy for class, they've really worked well. They're machined well, real exact tolerances. And I have not broke one yet, and I've tried. It may happen, but not yet. We'll talk more about this later. This is a little garter that attaches the chop to the screw. So when you crank the screw out, it pulls the chop with it. And some folks don't care for these. I like one, but we'll of course talk more about that. So that's the screw, and right here's what one looks like out of the box. You've got it, most come with a nut, and some of the places that make these offer a service to tap, your leg and your bench, so you won't have this nut. Your screw will screw directly into the leg, or in this case we have a back piece to the vise that mounts beside the leg, and the nut's mounted behind it. But that's option 2. This one has a custom turned profile. The company that makes these made this one, and it costs a few dollars extra. And if you send them a picture, which is what I did, this is copied off the profile, the original, and they'll turn whatever you want. But this is a basic screw that you buy, and what it will look like. They're made of hard maple, sugar maple, and really tough. They really work well. They're fast, really easy to maintain, which has surprised me. I've got several benches with wooden screws. This one I finished, waxed, several coats. When I first built the bench, it was probably more than a year later before I waxed it again, and it didn't really work any different. I just thought it probably needed it, and I haven't waxed it since, so it's been 2 years. They tend to kind of burnish as you use them, and you would think it'd be a lot of maintenance to make them work good. It's really not, and they really hold up well. And plus, you don't have oil or lubricant like you would from a steel vise that could get on your work while you're working. So a good option. I really like them. They look traditional. They are traditional. They work quite well. I really don't think you would be dissatisfied at all with a wooden screw. They do kind of scare people just because they're made out of wood, but they really do well. Okay, moving on up, you'll notice this vise has a row of holes right here, and they're for dogs. And I'm from North Carolina, and that's spelled D-A-W-G. So if anybody else spells it wrong, I think. But anyway, I have several in this one, but these are movable, and you have a tail vise. Now the original did not have a tail vise. It had a single point planing stop, and we'll talk a little bit more about that too as we go along. But I really like a tail vise. I think it's a good option you may want to add. You can clamp boards between the individual dogs, and of course they're movable down the length of the bench. And this is a little homemade one that I made. It's left-handed Acme thread and nuts and a few little pieces of pipe welded together, not much to it, but it doesn't take a whole lot. You don't need a whole lot of pressure in that direction to hold a board. Last thing, tool tray. This is a past few years as I've read and studied more about workbenches, this is a lot of debate over a tool tray. Some of them, some folks of course like them, some don't. Some think it's a waste of the workbench top to have one. For me personally, my shop at home has a concrete floor. The tool tray has really been a nice thing. Cast iron planes, like the Stanley planes we'll be using, they don't react well to concrete if they get dropped or knocked off. They're going to break. Tool tray, you can set your tools down in it and it prevents that getting accidentally knocked off. Chisels, don't care how you drop one, if you're on a concrete floor, it's going to hit on its edge. So then you've got to resharpen and rework that. It's amazing the amount of damage a chisel can get just falling, a few inches to the floor. If you're on a wooden floor, that's not as big an issue. So that may be something to consider. And tool trays, a lot of the traditional benches, whether they have them or not, a lot of traditional benches are really built a lot like this. They'll have a narrower, thick piece in the front where you're working. If they don't have a tool tray, they'll have a thinner board mounted back here behind it, flush with the top, which makes a wider top. If it were me on this bench, that's what I would do if I didn't want a tool tray, was mount a thinner board back here. That way you could pick it up and take it off just like we do the tool tray, and do a solid chunk towards the front. A really good setup, if you don't want a tool tray. That's entirely up to you. The one we're going to build will have a tool tray, and we'll show you all that. But that's very changeable. You can do whatever suits your needs in the way you work, and that's the whole idea of building your own workbench. You can make it custom to what you want. Another issue is height, and there's some debate on that occasionally too. You read about. I usually go by somewhere around the first knuckle on your pinky finger. If you're standing pretty well straight up, it should be pretty close to level with the bench top. Some folks think or say that when you're standing beside of it where your knuckles drag, if you'll notice that dimension, those are about the same for me. My advice when you build your own bench is and a good reason to build your own bench, you make it any height you want. I would start out tall. This one is 33 3/4, I believe, and I'm 6'1", so that's a good height for me to work at. If you're taller, you may want something taller. If you're shorter, of course you'd want it shorter. And it depends on the type of work you'll be doing. For hand tool work, the lower the better. As you'll see some of the stuff we're doing building this bench, the lower height allows you to get more of your body weight, your mass into the tool. If you're planing, sawing, chiseling, anything, it helps being lower. You can use get your body into it better than you can if you're up high trying to work. Even though initially sometimes the height seems more comfortable, and in some situation height would be good, like dovetailing, and that's a good reason to build a little add-on like a moccasin vise or something. It raises you where you're sawing up just a little bit. Good thing to have if you've got a low bench. But my advice, like I said, would be to start taller. We can shorten the legs really quick if you need to. If you want to take an inch off or 2 inches, just saw it off. But putting it back on is the issue, so I would start tall. I think would be a good plan there. Depending on the woods you use, cost is an issue, of course, for most folks. This bench, probably somewhere $400 to $500 would buy materials, good materials for something like this. If you use more yellow pine, like for the top, some of the stretchers, Yellow pine is very inexpensive. You know, you could lower that number, and I'm counting money in for a screw as well into that. Generally about what I would expect to pay, and that sounds like a lot of money. I know you see a lot of plans now for $100 workbench or $200, and you know, I know budget's an issue. It always is anything I do, so that's something to think about. But also, a bench like this, it's going to last you the rest of your life. I like to say it's going to outlast you and all your kids. So, and it will. I've used this one for 3 years, and I know that's not a long time, but it has been used, abused. It's just hard to imagine it not lasting forever. But I've not been able to damage it, and as you'll see later in the video, what we're going to be doing is probably harder on a workbench than most any furniture building would be. We're getting close to timber framing here on these big joints. So, but it's going to be a lifelong companion. Okay, the material we're using for the legs and the long stretchers on this bench is laminated yellow pine. And if you look at this piece, you can see there's 3 sections. This is planed and glued together, and after the glue sets, then it's milled to final dimensions. There's more on the accompanying web page about dimensioning lumber. We're not going to get into it now. But what you want in lumber selection on this is, like I said, just southern yellow pine. And here's a piece of 2x10 that this came from, and it's usually ripped out into strips is how I do it, and planed, face glued together, and like I said, milled to final dimensions. Some of this you find, especially 2x12s, have the pith or the heart of the tree right down the middle, and which is really a good thing because you can rip the wood on either side of that and use for your legs, and it looks a lot like this straight across, and it's very stable, very strong. This board is pretty well flat sewn. That'll work too, but try to find this if you can. Works real well. If you can find it, the easiest option is this right here, which is solid stock. This is some shortleaf pine, locally milled. It's in these dimensions is a little bit hard to find, but you can once in a while, and if you can get that is the easiest to prep and to use, just because you don't have all the glue up and the milling involved with that. Tools we'll be needing. We'll be building this bench, cutting all the joinery with hand tools. In a little bit, we're going to talk a little bit about them, not go in a whole lot of detail. But these are some of the basics you have to have, and I've got a few here you don't have to have, but if you do happen to own them, they would be good to use for this project. Something we'll be using through the whole project, and you need a good one and a sharp one, is a good rip saw. This is a Distance 7. These pretty common. They've gotten more expensive in the past few years because people are looking for them, but they're still, Diston made millions of them. There's still lots of them. They turn up at antique stores. This one in particular had a little log cabin scene painted on it and smoke coming out the chimney. But anyway, of course that's gone, but it looks a whole lot better in my opinion. Works a whole lot better too. But anyway, back to the subject, rip saw. Rip saw cuts down the length of the fibers of the wood. You go this way. It's like a row of chisels that cut a little slot there and go through the wood. We'll use this a lot on this bench. A good size rip saw, tooth-wise, they come in from probably 3.5 to down to around 6 or so that I know of. I've seen some filed finer, but this one's a 5.5 point, points per inch. A 5, a 5.5, or 6 is real good for what we're doing on this particular project. I do have one coarser one we'll use on some parts. I'll show you later. Crosscut saw. Like I said, this is another Diston. They're plentiful. Anything that's fairly straight and sharp will work. And sharp is a big issue, and if you don't know how to sharpen one, you may want to check into getting someone to sharpen it for you, especially the rip saw, because we're going to be using it a lot. A dull one is no fun at all to use, and a sharp one's a pleasure. So yeah, pretty much anything to do with hand tools is that way. Crosscut saw, it severs the wood across the grain, across its fibers. So these two you'll have to have. You need one of each at least. This is a tenon saw, sash saw, whatever you want to call it. This one is sharpened. It will cut, cross cut and rip. So both ways, does a pretty good job. This is a little dovetail saw. Basically a rip saw, very fine teeth for closer, more accurate work. Coming on down, chisels. What kind of chisels are you going to need? This is a heavy English style mortise and chisel, 3/8. Not a have to have. If you've got just a regular 3/8 chisel, we'll talk a little more about this when we get to it. You can make it work, but if you can find one of these or have access to one, really works good. These next chisels right here are firmer type chisels. A 1-inch we'll use the most, and we'll talk more about these of course too as we go on. 1-inch, a 3/4, and a 1/4 would be nice if you've got them. You may also have bench chisels that are shorter. I kind of like, for this kind of work we'll be doing, the long chisels really do a good job. I like them. They're made for this kind of thing. They're a little heavier duty than a bench chisel, but bench chisels will work too. So if that's what you've got, use it. So this is a corner chisel. I'm not a huge fan of these. I'll use this one some. I have a hard time cutting a real accurate with one of those. I can do better with a straight chisel, but if you've got one, they're neat to use, and if you're in the timber framing business, you really want one. Back up just a little bit here, a marking knife of some kind, a screwdriver. One saw I missed, coping saw. These are available anywhere. This one's nothing special, not particularly old or anything. Hammer, need a hammer of some kind. Mallet, a good joiner's mallet is what you need. A carver's mallet is one of the little round ones. It's not going to work too well for what we're going to be doing here. These are, see the handle slides in from the top and wedges in. This is something you really don't have to buy. You can make. This one's made out of an end cut off one of these workbench tops, actually, a piece of white oak. It's done real well. Moving on, a mortise gauge of some type. Mortise gauge has 2 teeth, and this one's adjustable. Some you can have a mortise gauge with permanently mounted teeth. Some kind of mortise gauge is a good thing to have. Like I said, this one you can see right there, it's adjustable in and out. And here's an option. Here's a single pin marking gauge, and it's called a French wedge. In other words, that little wedge right there wedges to the back side of the beam, and you just push it down to lock it. And if you really want to lock it, tap it, and it really works well. No thumb screw or screwdriver needed. Another thing on a mortising gauge, you can actually make these with 2 permanently mounted pins. Make it to the width of whatever chisel and make several of them. These can be made out of firewood. This is a little piece of white oak or 2 just scraps I had. Cost almost nothing and quick to make. This is a cutting gauge, and this is not a have-to-have tool for this project. We will use it some, but a single pin gauge will do most of what this one will be using it for. This just does it a little bit better. This one is also one I made, and it is screw adjust. Has little brass wear plates. Not necessary. One wedge like that works just as well. A spoke shave of some kind. This is a Stanley 65 that has the little fences. Just a regular little spoke shave will work just fine. And this is not a have-to-have item either for this project, but if you've got one, you'll have some chances to use it. Shoulder plane. This is a new late model one made by Lee Nielsen. This is not a have-to-have thing for this project either. If you've got it, I'm sure you'll use it. Over time, I've kind of gotten away from it. I use a chisel to do a lot of what these do. Block planes you will need, or one block plane. This is one, not a very pretty one. Has a new replacement iron in it. Kind of been flattened, but this is one I've had since it was given to me. I was probably 10 or 11 years old, and I use it almost daily. This one's a low angle. This is a regular angle. You see the blades bedded a little steeper angle. Either one, if they're the steeper angled ones do well on end grain too, if they're pretty sharp. So either one, you only need one, but I had 2 for examples. Here's a plane, if you have or have access to, is good to have on this project. And this is a 10.5 Stanley. It's a rabbit maker, carriage maker's plane, little rabbit plane. I don't actually use it for rabbits. I use it to trim tenons, and it does a really good job on these big tenons. I wouldn't go out and buy one of these if you don't have one just for this project. They're pretty expensive, somewhat uncommon. But if you have one, they really do work well, but I'll show you a way around that plane. But it is fast and works well. Smoothing plane of some kind. This is a vintage one, number 4 Stanley. Here again, a newer iron added and been flattened and tuned up. Number 5 jack plane. This is actually an S5 Stanley, but it's the same thing as the cast iron that there's millions and millions of. Fine for a few bucks. You will need this. And these, you can see this one's got a little rust on it. I don't take very good care of it, I guess. But cambered iron. You did nothing fancy here, and you don't need it to be fancy or super tuned or anything. Just use it mostly hogging off wood, as you'll see more of it, of course, as we go. A longer joiner plane. This one, it's been cleaned up and polished a little, but it's nothing special. Just a normal old joiner. Another plane that we don't have to have, but if you do have, we'll use is this one. It's a moving Philister plane, and this is one of my favorite planes to use. And it's essentially a fenced rabbet plane. Has a little nicker here to cut cross grain. It actually severs the fibers of the wood ahead of the iron, and we'll see this used. This one has a depth stop and of course adjustable fence on the bottom for different widths. This is not a have-to-have thing, but it's a nice plane to use, and I would recommend anybody getting into hand tools to try to find one and fix up. They're a little bit of a challenge to tune sometimes. All the wooden planes can be, but definitely worth the effort. Here's another, essentially the same thing, just a stripped down version. This is a rabbet plane with a skewed iron. No fence. Use your fingers as a guide when you're using it. and we'll use it some too. One of these, you'll need one of the two. Plow plane. This will be using it to plow the groove on the shelf. There's several different types of these. Stanley 45 is probably the most used as a plow plane, which is a little combination plane Stanley made, and it'll do more than just plow grooves. If you don't have one and looking for one, that's probably what I would find or try to find. The wooden ones tend to get expensive. The irons for them, most of them, like this one, I only have 2 irons for. Most of the time the set of irons is not with the plane, sometimes, but they do tend to run a bit on the expensive side. So if you're just getting started, you might want to think more with a Stanley 45 to start with. One of the little, I guess would be in the plane category, is this is a 71.5 little Stanley router plane. You don't need anything fancy here. This, you can tell this one's not even, it's probably not even sharp, but not a have-to-have tool on this project. I'll show you some places you can use it, but if you've got one, you may want to use. Little egg beater drill and a few drill bits for it. We'll need these for, this bench has 4 screws in it, so you won't be using it much, but it works really well. Mutton tallow, which is basically sheep fat, rendered sheep fat. Good to lubricate your hand planes, really nice on the wooden planes. It seems to work better on them. This is just paraffin you can pick up at any store. You can also use that to lubricate your planes. It's a good thing to have this. Some of these planes, it can cut your work effort almost in half. A little bit of lubrication on there. Moving on down, a framing square of some kind, just anything there will work. Just make sure it's fairly square. I've noticed I bought a new one here about a year ago, and it's nowhere near square, so we just kind of might want to check it before you use it. Some kind of rule, measuring tape. Here's a little 2-foot rule. Here's a little folding rule. Squares, a pair of dividers. Try square, a good one of these, and actually square, you need to check it. You'll use this through the whole project and all kinds of projects. Good thing to have, of course. A little bevel gauge. Most of these you run across have a little wooden handle. This one's an all steel one. Either one will work, as long as it'll lock, where you want it. Not much of an issue whether it's wood or steel. Braces, I've got 3 here. These are John Frey type. John S. Frey, they have a little clamshell chuck that tightens with a thumb screw. Most braces that you find have a chuck, looks more like this, that you twist to tighten. Either one will work. I like these, but they have also in the past few years gotten fairly hard to find and kind of on the expensive side when you do. But I've got a 12-inch, a 10-inch, and this is a little 8-inch. The 10 and the 12 you will use a lot on this project. The 8 is kind of what it amounts to. The reason there's different sizes, you can get more RPMs and go faster with smaller bits with this shorter swing brace. The 12, for example, the bigger one, you can't turn as fast, but you can turn bigger bits with more power. So like with using a 1-inch bit, which we'll be using, it's nice to have a 12-inch. You could probably do it with a 10, but it's harder work. But if I could have any of the 3, probably for a project like this, you'd want at least a 10-inch and maybe a 12. The 8, if you've got it, you'll use it. And this is a big T-handle auger. Not a have-to-have thing for this bench. This is used to bore the screw hole, and this particular one is a 2.5. Fairly hard to find. one this size. Most of these stop at about 2 inches or so, inch and a half. But either way, kind of hard to find, but if you were to see one, pick it up. We can use it. Kind of skipped over them, but augers for your braces, the little set. You don't need a whole set like this. The main ones we'll be using is a 1 inch, a 3/4, a 5/8, and a 3/8 for this project. So 4 of the, and these are of course augers for a bracing bit. They've got the little square shank, square drive on the end. Anytime you're buying these, be sure and check, make sure the cutters are good, screw is good. And one last thing that had to hear laid out with the tools, hold fast. We will use this a whole lot, and we'll talk a little bit about how to get started if you don't have a bench. We're going to be using a bench, of course, to build a bench this time. So, but these can be used either way. So, might be something you want to pick up. I made these a few years ago. Not very pretty, but you can buy them much prettier. But these work fine. Just whatever you can come up with. And I think that's about all on the tools. We've talked about tools and the wood, different ideas there. To start this bench, I usually start with the legs. If you do not have a bench, and this is, you know, if you're going to be building a workbench, it's a good chance you don't already have one, or one you at least could use long enough to build this one, you would want to start with the top. Get it flat enough and level enough and set it on some sawbucks, and then you can use clamps to do what the vise is normally going to do, clamp to that and work off the top that way. Fortunately, we have a bench to use, so we're going to use it. So in that situation, I would start with the undercarriage, start with the legs first, and that's what we're going to do here. So there's 4 legs, of course. You've got 3 stretchers on each one. Lower little dovetailed stretcher here, little center stretcher, and then the upper one. All 3 of them are held by slightly different joint. Of course, this one on the bottom is a dovetail, a little lap dovetail. It's kind of like a half blind dovetail is more or less what it is, and it's just sets and glues in the face of the leg. The second one is just basically a standard mortise and tenon through mortise and tenon. You can see the end of the tenon coming in right there, or coming out. This top joint is what's called a bridle joint, and you can see it's open at the top. You could do a mortise and tenon here and, you know, cut through and leave the top up here of the leg, mortise through it. But there's not enough end grain there to really add any strength. This is the way the original was made, just sets down in the leg. And this is what we're going to do. It captures the full strength of this top stretcher right here. So pretty simple. So to get started, I would start with my 4 legs. You need to think about orientation, which sides you want to show, and what I consider faces is anything pointing out. So this would be a face, this, and of course this side and right here. So you want to mark them, and that's the sides of the legs you want to have your, these legs, you need to talk a little bit about this. You can see they're laminated, they're glued up, they're 3 pieces of yellow pine. The reason for that is it's just standard framing lumber, 1.5 inch 2x10s, 2x12s, ripped down and glued together. It's easy to get, it's very cost effective. If you can find solid stock, by all means use it. It saves a lot of work getting ready. But anyway, regardless, when you get done, you see we've got a knot or 2. that leg, if I was looking at it, I would definitely want this side towards the inside. So kind of look at all four of your legs, lay them out, and determine where you want your faces, your show sides, to use another phrase, which sides you want those to be. Okay, after you've done that, using both pairs, and we're going to scoot this one down out of the way. These legs, I forgot to mention also, they're 4 inches wide and about 3 1/8 thick. 3 or 3 1/8 will work. Good dimension. But anyway, so we look at these, and that one's pretty good on all four sides. And two, if you have some knots, if you had a bad knot right in here, you might want to flip it around, put it to the bottom. You want a clear and nice looking straight grain stock around especially this top bridle joint as you can, and also the long stretcher joint that we'll get to a little later. But to start your layout, basically what I do, and it simplifies the layout, is just use a cabinet maker's triangle. And on the first pair of legs, just make you a triangle with the point of the triangle pointing to what's going to be the top of the leg. So what we've laid out here in this one little mark, we've determined which end's going to be the top and which is going to be the bottom. This is our outside, this face side, done it right here. And it's going to be a show side, we'll see it. Then move to your side and make a couple of squiggly marks or whatever with a pencil to determine this is a face. So this will be this side. Be sure do it on all of them. And I'll work on these as pairs, so these two legs will be an assembly like this. When we're done, they will not be reversed with these other two. So this will be one pair. We'll come back to this set of legs, and we've determined this will be our top right here. So on this set, we'll make two triangles. So at a glance, we know that these two legs are a pair, and that two legs is a pair. This is the one triangle pair, this is the two. So just all you have to do is just glance, and you know. This is very important. Don't on anything on this bench you don't want to skimp on, and we'll be touching on this more as we go on, is layout. Because I tell the students in the class, what happens is if you get confused, sooner or later you're going to mess up. And if you mess up on the first joint on the leg, it's not the end of the world, especially if you cut your legs a little long. A lot of times you can cut it off and move down and start over. But when you get down to some of the last joints we're going to be cutting, like the long stretcher and the dovetail, and you cut one of them in the wrong place, you're pretty sick because you've lost the previous joints. You're going to have to make up another leg and start over. So layout in any kind of woodworking it's a good thing to spend a little time on. Be sure you know what marks you made, what they mean. If you use something different than this, because you get confused, you eventually will mess up, and it costs time. I've done it. I mess up as much as anybody. So confusion is just not a good thing when you're doing this kind of work. So, and two, a lot of people, I know I do, I don't sit down and build this whole bench in one day. It's, when I get a chance, I don't do this kind of thing for a living, so it's kind of in my spare time. So you need to be sure and do something you'll remember tomorrow or the next day or next week what you did also. So anytime you can minimize the confusion is a good thing. Okay, we're ready to lay out our locations for our joints where they'll go. And we're going to start right here with this one. We're laying out it right now on this face, not the sides, but just this face. This is the bridle joint on the very top. And if you'll look, you'll see our triangle. It's pointed up, so we know this is top. This is the bottom. The bridle joint goes right here at the top. So we'll start out and measure 4 inches down, as you see already done. And square that across. Be sure you have a sharp pencil, make a nice, fine, sharp line that you can see. Okay, next joint is this little mortise and tenon here for the center stretcher that goes between the legs. Okay, it's 8.5 inches from here to the top of that one. Mark that. Come back, square that across as well. Got a nice fine pencil line. Okay, our center stretcher we'll use to lay out the width of what this mortise will end up being. You see right here's what we're laying out now. We're moving to this side and we'll lay out this distance here. The best way to do that is we could measure it. This particular stretcher is 24 inches long, it's 3 inches tall, 1.5 inches thick. But it could be a little different. The best way to be sure your mortise is going to fit this particular one is to set it where you can just see the pencil line and come back here and make you a little mark like I've done here. Square that across also. So now we know exact width of our piece of wood for the center stretcher. Okay, from there, our next joint is this one, the big mortise for the long tenon from the end-to-end stretcher on the bench that runs the length of the bench. And this was our one at an angle, but right at this time we're just going to lay out this face. So we'll measure down 4 inches. Excuse me, 4.5 inches, 4.5. Just like before, we'll make a little mark. Square that across as well, just like what we've done. Okay, this joint is a little bit unique. It's at an angle, and so our long stretcher, we know it's 3.5 inches tall, but this mortise where it comes through the faces is actually slightly taller than that. And when we get to cutting this mortise, we'll do the final layout then, and we'll scribe off the tenon of the long stretcher just like we did this short stretcher to be positive our width is right. But generally about 3 5/8 is a good guesstimate at what that mortise will be. So we've measured 3 5/8, and this is just kind of a rough layout for this joint. As we get to them, we'll finish laying them out, but right at the moment we want to know where on the legs those are going to be. So just to be clear. This is, you might want to make an S or some kind of mark. You wouldn't want to get confused and start chopping on one of these spaces in between. So I've done it. So, okay, here's our bridle joint location, center stretcher location, our long end-to-end angled mortise location. That leaves the little dovetailed stretcher that goes here at the bottom. Okay, if you'll notice, it's cut into one side of this leg on the inside. Okay, we're going to lay that out just a little bit different, just to be sure we don't mess up later down the road. Like I said, if you're working on this at different times, sometimes you can forget what you thought you were going to do the day before. So measure down about 4 inches. One thing you may want to think about here, if you're making this, like I said, this bench is 33 and a half. That's going to put the bottom of the leg somewhere in here. If you need to make the bench much shorter, if you want to make a real low bench, you may want to move this dovetailed stretcher up closer to this long tenon so that you don't end up with it right against the floor. You want some length to the legs below it. But in this particular case, we're going to measure down 4 inches from our other mortise there. Okay, on this one, what we want to do, this is the inside faces of the leg. This face here that's coming through the center right now. These legs, like I said, facing one another. Do not mark this all the way across. And this is just a little reminder of which side of the leg we want to cut this dovetail on. It sounds pretty elementary that you would cut it on the wrong side, but as we cut these joints and we move down the leg, it's easy to get confused, and this is just another little bit of insurance to prevent accidentally cutting it on the outside. If we scribed all the way across, you might be tempted to mess up. So if you just do it in the center, you know that's where you intended it to be. So like we did on the center stretcher up there, we're going to set this just right where we can just see that pencil mark, because the pencil mark is the outside of this. Come down here and make a little mark at the bottom. Use our square and bring that across like we've done on the others here. And like I said, just keep it on the inside. So when we separate these, we know this is the inside and this is where we want that dovetail. You heard me talk a lot about, we don't want to get confused. That's just a little tidbit that keeps that from getting messed up. So that's our rough layout on the legs. Okay, we're ready to start the short stretchers that go between the legs. And if you'll notice, the top two go all the way through. They're a full 24 inches long, and both have through mortises that they mount into. The lowest one here, the little dovetailed stretcher, if you'll notice, stops short. Doesn't quite go all the way through. So it will center it on these two and mark our shoulders initially, and as we work down, we'll mark the rest of the marks on those. So here is our 3 stretchers. This is the top one that'll mount in the bridle joint. This is the center one that mounts in the mortise there in the center of the leg, and this is the lowest one, which is the little one with the dovetails on either end. And to mark, we'll start out, we're going to mark the shoulders, and we want all those shoulders to be in the same place on all 3 pieces to keep the legs equal distance from each other and square. So what we'll do, we'll just set them on any flat surface on your bench, and even up the top two. Okay, like we said earlier, this lowest one is a little bit shorter. You'll have an 1.25 inches, 1.5 on either end. You can measure and center this, but I wouldn't. Just look at it, just eyeball it, and get it where it looks pretty much in the center. And if it's a shade one way or the other, doesn't matter. You'll never see it. But hold the three together and clamp them up in your vise. Okay, our shoulder distance is the thickness of this leg, the 3.5 or 3 1/8 dimension. So we could just measure in 3 1/8 here, but what I usually do is just simply set the leg right on top. And if you'll notice, I'm leaving just a little, just a shade sticking out right there, and that will plane that off later on. But it's easier when we get to the finishing stages that these stick through just a little bit, and you come and plane the end of the tenons off to make it flush, than if they're recessed in the mortise a little, and then you've got to plane the whole front of the leg down to them. So be sure they're sticking through just a 32nd, 16th, whatever, just a little bit. And I make just a little pencil mark to locate where the back of the leg was. Same thing on this other end. And so I've got two marks that'll be our the shoulder of the tenons on all of these pieces. You just take your square, whoa, and make, you don't want to run out like that, but it won't hurt anything. Make several passes there and get you a good line that you can see right through the pencil mark we just made. Okay, now we've delineated where those shoulders will be, and we can bring this mark on around and get ready to cut our tenon. Okay, now we're ready to lay out the tenon for the bridle joint, the first joint at the top of the leg. It's 1.5 inches wide, and if you'll notice, it's the full width of the stretcher. It's just two shoulders, one on either side. To lay that out, starting with the line we made earlier across all three to lay out the shoulders, but we need to transfer that on around. So using that first line, just put your marking knife in the actual little cut and slide your square up to it, and that will align the square to that first cut, so we know we've got straight lines are aligned with the initial layout cut. Make a few passes, make a good deep line. Okay, with the shoulder lines delineated, we can lay out the tenon. And for that, we're going to use, this is just a run-of-the-mill marking, or a mortise gauge rather. And it's 2 teeth, one of them are adjustable. And this one I have set to 1.5 inches, which is what we want this tenon to be. It could be a shade bigger, shade smaller. But you want to leave enough where you got shoulders on either side. So we just, to lay that out, we gauge off the face side of our stretcher and just kind of eyeball what looks to be about even. And make two little pricks, roll it over. Then come back from the other direction to check. And you can see our second set of marks, and that's close enough. We'll go with that setting. As long as you keep the fence towards the face side, that tiny bit of offset doesn't matter, as long as everything is laid out off the face side. So now we're just going to scribe that in. And you may want to, if you have a vise to clamp it up in, these gauges work just a little better with two hands. And you want nice, even, straight lines like that. There we go. And now, a good idea to take your pencil and run through those to make them much more visible. And there we go. That's where we need to saw. We have laid out our cheat cuts here on this tenon with our gauge, and I've darkened those with a pencil. And you can also see I've marked the waist. These two little tablets on either side are the waist, and that's a good idea to always mark your waist. You usually won't mess up on the first one. It'll be the third or fourth one down the line and there's 4 of these to cut, so the one on both ends of the 2 top stretchers. So be sure and mark your waist, because it's easy to cut on the wrong side. And I clamp these up at a diagonal. We want to make a diagonal cut where we can see 2 faces, this face and this one. And what we want to do here is we're going to use a full-size rip saw for these. These are big tenons, and we want to get done this week, so we're going to use these big saws. You can use a tenon saw. They will do pretty well. It's slower, but the big saw is much faster, and you can do accurate work. And I think that the people that were doing this in the past would have used the big saw just for speed. So we want to cut on the outside of this line. We actually want to leave just a shade of this line all the way around. So I usually use my finger as a guide for the saw. Just pull back and make a little notch right there beside the mark, and you can still see my pencil mark, and you can see the saw cut starting. So, and just especially starting, you want to cut. We're cutting on 2 faces, but you're basically, to get started, just cut on one. In other words, we're going to bring this down a little bit, and then we're going to tilt back and bring it down this face. Your eyes can't see both sides at once very well, so we're going to concentrate on one. I'm cutting across the end grain right now. Now I'm going to bring it down the shoulder on this side. Now I'm going to go back to the end grain. I come all the way across the end right here, and some folks on the end grain stop in the center. If I'm going straight, I go ahead and go all the way across and then make a little notch to start coming back the other way. That's totally up to you how you want to do it. Okay, on this one, same thing. Okay, now we're cut at a diagonal all the way through here. So our saw cut inside looks like that. So now we'll flip it over. We have the kerf on this side to guide us, so now all we have to worry about is this line over here. And again, I come down at a diagonal. And then turn it up vertical and take the hump out of the middle. Be very careful to watch your bottom line there. Okay, there's what we have, and if you'll look, you can, I don't know if you can see it or not, but you can see the part of that pencil line that's left behind. With our cheek cuts made that we just ripped out, we're ready to cut the shoulders here, and we've made our knife line previously. So what the best, easiest way to deal with these is to, if you clamp it up, use a chisel of some kind, and on the waist side, make a little just a little trough. That gives you a place to start your saw. It doesn't wander around so much. And just and there we go. We got a little tablet comes off. Okay, we've got a little bit waste right there at the shoulder. Now there's several ways to smooth these up. Earlier I mentioned this little 10.5 rabbet plane. It's not a have-to-have tool, but it really works good for this. It's where we use it across the grain, and just clean that off, and you can see half of my pencil line, and you need to watch those lines. Another way to deal with that, like I mentioned earlier, this is a somewhat uncommon and somewhat expensive plane, if you do find it most of the time, is just a regular smoothing plane or a block plane. And the way to use those is take your chisel and make a little undercut right here at the base of your shoulder. And what that creates is clearance, because these planes, the blade doesn't go all the way to the edge like on that rabbit plane. So we're making a little bit of clearance for this, for the casting here on the side. And it does the same thing. But you have to cut the little trough there at the bottom first so it can engage. If not, it'll just right on top. So there we go. We finished up our tenon, cleaned up the shoulders or the cheeks here, nice and square and straight. We're ready to cut the mortise in the leg. Okay, our leg that we laid out earlier, we made the baseline cut for the bridle joint. This is the joint at the top of the leg. We need to bring that around on the two sides. You don't have to go all the way around, but you do need the two sides. And that is the floor of the bridle joint. I have moved the fence on the marking gauge, on the mortise gauge, but not the pins. They're still at 1.5 inches. And that's critical. And you need to, after you move the fence, you may want to go back and check it against your tenon just to be sure you haven't moved them. You want these to be identical. Okay, and then we've took and centered this gauge on the leg, or pretty close to center, as long as you mark them all from the face. If it's a shade one way or the other, it makes no difference, as long as they're all the same. So with our gauge set, we are going to go ahead and mark our two faces, and then you want to darken those so you can see them. And this will be our waist. And again, fence to the face side. Come back from on the opposite side of the leg. Engage that one as well. Okay, if you'll remember, the top of this leg is angled, just like in this direction, towards the outside face. And to determine where we're going to cut this angle, we're going to use our tenon that we just cut, set it in our slots, our marks we've made, with the bottom of it against our baseline, and make a mark at what's going to be the upper corner right here. We'll take our bevel gauge that has walked away, and our bevel is set at 15 degrees. 15 or 16 degrees is good. The original bench, best I remember, the legs were a little bit different between each. So between 15 and 16, I usually do 15. No big deal. I wouldn't get much more of an angle than 16. And then setting our bevel against the little pencil mark we made at the top side of our tenon, we're going to come across. So we're going to cut the leg off right there. And we need to bring that on around. And our bevel again on this side. And these bevel gauges, be careful. Check them. It's easy to get bumped around the bench and knock the bevel gauge, move it a little bit. So be sure and check it as you use it, just to make sure you haven't bumped it. And last thing is to connect the two. Okay, there's our angle. This is going to be a cut right here. We're going to cut this off. And so now we need to, next thing is saw this off, and then we'll bring our lines across the end and saw the mortise. Okay, now we're ready to cut our angle on the end of this leg. And you would think it would be better to go ahead and scribe the end grain as well and go ahead and cut this mortise out. My experience, it's easier to go ahead and cut this angle with the mortise still intact. You're not sawing across a gap, a void there, and it's really, as far as work, it's not much difference. So what we want to do is just work at a diagonal, just like what we've been doing. And we've got a cross-cut saw this time, made to cut across the grain, or sharpened to just just like we were doing, sawing the cheeks on that tenon just a minute ago. Work one side, then the other, work across at a diagonal. You can keep on sawing and come across, but it's more accurate to come back at a diagonal and meet in the middle. And there we go. We'll take our block plane and clean that up. Okay, now we are ready to bring our lines across and saw this. I've cleaned the saw cut, or leveled cleaned up the ends from where we saw. You want to connect your two gauge marks from either side, and you don't necessarily want to square off the face. You want to be sure the gauge marks themselves align, if that makes any sense. You don't want to necessarily register off this face. You want to be sure and connect the two gauge marks you've made on either side. Okay. And this is our waist. And here again, just the same rip saw we used to cut the tenon, and work on a diagonal just like what we've been doing. Some of this is going to get repetitive, but it's the most accurate way to cut. Okay, now we've got our 2 shoulder cuts on the mortise on the bridle joint done. We've got to remove this waist here down to the baseline. The easiest way to do that is just to chop it, and we'll use our 1-inch firmer chisel, and don't start right on the baseline. We'll come back and last cut and go down at the baseline. Start just in front of it, because the chisel tends to push backwards, and we want to preserve that line. So just chisel a little pocket. And then split out the piece. And as you can see, it's pretty quick. We're almost halfway through there in just a few seconds. Now, come back and put your chisel right on your baseline, or right above it in this case. And clean up the bottom. That looks pretty good. Turn it over and come back the other way. When you get down to the last little bit that's left, yellow pine tends to want to break a chunk out, and it's no big deal if it does. It's not going to really weaken the joint, but just kind of go easy and make little cuts down to the last, and it'll generally prevent that. We broke just a little, but no problem. And then, just like before, back at your baseline. And there we go. That's pretty easy. Okay, with the waist removed, you can still see part of my pencil lines left there, and that's good. That's what we want. The closer you can saw to those pencil lines, of course, the better. And I start out with testing the tenon before I do any paring on the mortise. And you can see we're real close. It's starting in. This joint you do not want to have super tight. You could, if we drove this on in here, it could bust this leg open. This joint really needs to fit well. So what we're going to do is just pare the walls of this mortise just a little bit. Just using the same firmer chisel we used to chop it out. And you can use the chisel a lot like a plane, holding the back of the chisel flat against the wall, and just with hand pressure just shave just a little bit off. So we'll try our tenon again. And that's pretty good. That's plenty tight. And there's what we have. Bridle joint. And one question, if you haven't thought of it by now, you're noticing the top of our stretcher is sticking above the top of the leg, and that's what we want. We're going to plane this flush with the top of the leg after this assembly is put together. So for right now, just leave it. This is what you want. This is what you want it to look like. A good little tip on these is to number them with a chisel, Roman numerals. And I'd usually number the leg in just one spot, and each joint that into that leg, the next ones on down will number 1. The reason being, you can write it on here with a pencil, but before we glue this up, we'll plane these smooth, because it's impossible to get to them with a plane after it's assembled. You won't plane the Roman numerals off, but like this is our first leg, this number 1. You can move over here. This one's already numbered for number 2. It avoids, you always know where it goes, and when you're gluing up, just a quick glance at the back side of the stretcher and the back of the leg, you can tell which joint goes where. Simple little tip to keep everything straight. Okay, we've got the bridle joint cut. It's ready to move down to the second joint, which is a basic, just a through-Mortise and tenon for this center stretcher. This stretcher's 3 inches wide. Let's look at this end. 3 inches wide, 1.5 inches thick, and 24 inches long, same as the top stretcher. And it has a single-shouldered tenon, if you can see that. Once it's mounted in the leg, the face is flush with the leg. Okay, this is the way the original is made, and it's much quicker to make. You can also mount it in the center and do a two-shouldered tenon like we did on the bridle joint, the first tenon. But I kind of like it mounted like this, like the original, so that's what we're going to cut here. And to start out, just like on the top tenon, we're going to start with our layout line we made very first when all 3 of the pieces were together, the shoulder line. And we're going to bring this across the face. And we're going to put our knife in that little cut, slide our square up to it, and just come across. And you don't have to lay this out all the way around, just the top and the face and the bottom here. And it's a good idea not to lay it all the way out, all the way around, because one little tidbit on this joint can be confusing. So we've got our face to this side. You see our face mark, and here's our scribe line. Okay, we need to lay out where we need to saw the tenon cheek next. And there's it's kind of a unique layout. We want to set this mortise and this tenon are 3/4 of an inch wide, and we've switched to our 3/4 inch firmer chisel. And these old chisels tend to be, some of them, this one may be exactly 3/4, or it may be a shade more or less, I don't know, and it doesn't matter. But what we do want to do is set our mortise gauge teeth to exactly the width of our chisel, where those two little tips are just right at the edges of that chisel. And that was just a shade narrow, so we're going to move it out just a little and check it again, and we're pretty good there. Okay, we want our fence to the face side. And what we're going to do, this is one shoulder, and we're going to use this same gauge setting to lay out the mortise. And this is what confuses people. But we want to set this back pin to the back side of the stretcher. And this center, or the other pin, is going to be running right through the middle, pretty much. Okay, we're going to tighten up our gauge. Hopefully we didn't move it. We need to check it. Okay, we got our back pin right there at the back. Now we're going to gauge around just like before. But if you notice, we're using of course a mortising gauge, and we're only making one line. That's okay, that's what you want. The confusing thing is you need to be sure and mark your waist. This is our waist, and if you will notice, of course, the waist and the tenon are almost identical in size, so it's easy to get confused on that point. So be sure and mark it just as quick as you make the lines. I would mark it. And come down the other side and mark that. Okay, this gauge setting, like I said, will make sense here in just a minute when we do the mortise, because we won't change anything on the gauge this time. It's going to stay the same. So now we're ready to saw. I'll darken these so you can see them. And just exactly like what we've done before, we're going to work on a diagonal and saw just off on the waist side of our line. Okay, we have our tenon cut. It's cleaned up. We're ready to cut the mortise that it goes in. And so on our leg, our initial layout marks, this short center stretcher goes right here in this slot that we laid out. These lines we need to bring around like we did earlier, and you only have to bring them down the sides. There's no use to go all the way around the leg. So we're just going to quickly mark that. And that's all there is to that. Okay, our mortise gauge that we used earlier to lay out this tenon, I'll hold it where you can see it, that where we had one pin on the back really not doing anything is going to make sense now. That back pin now is going to lay out the back of this mortise. So now we have a perfectly positioned mortise from the face of our leg. This side, same thing again. Sure and gauge off the face. And that's your waist. We've got to clean that out and be ready to go. Okay, we're ready to clean this mortise out. There's several ways you could do it. You could just use your chisel and chisel the whole thing out, which a leg this thick, it's a lot of work, but you could do it if you wanted to. The best way is to bore out the waist with a brace and an auger. And there's several different kind of augers. Here's an Irwin bit, a little coarser looking, a little faster coarser lead screw on it. And this is a Jennings bit, or Jennings pattern, with a little bit finer lead screw. Either one will work. Basically what we want to do is remove waste, so whatever, just use what you've got. But in this case, we've got a 3/4 mortise, so we're going to use a 5/8 bit, which is slightly narrower, more narrow than the mortise. And we'll clean it up with a chisel. But just, you want to bore pretty much down the center, or center your bit best you can in the mortise. You've got a little leeway either side. And then go about halfway through the leg. You don't want to bore all the way out the other side because you may miss the mortise. And if you have any variances, if the bit gets going one way or the other, you'd rather have that inside the leg where you can't see it. So we're going to go about halfway. And just bore a series of holes. Okay, we're halfway through the leg from the first side. This is the side we're starting on. I haven't bored the holes yet from the other. The way I generally work is I'll go ahead and clean up and square this side, then flip it over and finish boring the other side and then square it. It saves you turning your work in the vise. It's a little faster. But if you want to, bore both ways and then start squaring, that's totally up to you. It doesn't matter. But just take your chisel and you want to go right down the middle of those gauge lines. Just you don't really need the mallet paring the walls of the mortise. Just hand pressure. And I usually clean the walls up a little and then get the ends. It is possible. Try to get some of this waste out of the way so lessen the chance of getting the chisel stuck. And it sounds kind of funny, but it's not funny when it happens. With this waste out of the way, here on the sides, it gives less apt to get this chisel caught when we cut the ends out. So now we've got the walls fairly close. Tighten this up. And just like before, first cut I start off of start on this end. You probably see it a little better. Start off of that baseline. Like we were saying earlier, the chisel tends to move backwards. Watch your chisel, make sure not to get it in a bind in there. Get it stuck. got just one. There we go. You can also use your chisel. You can see the chisel just fits. That's a good gauge if your walls are straight, parallel. Because we initially laid this out using the chisel to set our width of our pins. So then what I do at this point, just check your tenon and make sure it starts in there. And so we're good. So now we're ready to flip the leg over, bore the waist out, and square it up from the other side, and then we're ready to go together. Okay, we've got it clean, the mortise cleaned out, and see how it fits here. Let's see, wrong one. Pretty good. Check, use your square and check, make sure you're square. Looks good. Last thing, just like on the upper one, we want to number it so we don't lose track of which joint, which legs that this goes to. So, and that's that. Okay, now we're down to the lowermost short stretcher that runs between the end assemblies, and it's a lap or single half blind dovetail, if you want to call it. It just basically a tail cut in the end of the stretcher, and it goes into a little socket that's traced off of it. Very simple joint. And to lay it out, it's very simple. If you remember, when we laid out our legs, we made two marks down here where this will be located. And we just made them on the inside. And that's a good thing to check, to be sure that this joint is on the inside of the leg. If you notice, this is our face, the outside, so we've made our stop marks here, so we know that this is the inside of the leg. When we get to that point, good thing to remember. But we'll start with the tail, and if you're there it is, don't like tails first version, I guess you can try it the other way, but nevertheless, we start out, here's our scribe line where we laid out our shoulders in the very beginning on the three stretchers. We need to bring that across the face of the stretcher, and this will be our baseline for the dovetail. And you can go ahead and bring it around the edge also. And that'll be the shoulders. Okay, the angle on the tail There's a lot of debate over dovetail angles. I do not care. Anything you want to do. The only recommendation is just not make it where the inside of the tail is so little it could be weak. But just take your bevel gauge and lay it out. If it doesn't look good to you, just change it and do it again. So there's what I came up with. Looks fine to me. One recommendation is not to have it stop on the corner. You want to come in just a little bit. It's easier to start your saw over here where it's straight than trying to, if you made your mark down through here, to try to start your saw on this corner is much simpler. So and then clamp it up, and we're going to square across the top here. You don't have to worry about the back side of it. And you can tilt it to where your lines are vertical to help you, because you want to saw straight down as possible, or straight on your line as possible. But if you do happen to run off the line on this, it's not a big problem. We're going to trace the socket for this off of this tail. Same thing on the other side. So you can see we've sewn the sides of the tail, and just come back and make your shoulder cuts. And remove the waste. One thing that you can do on this kind of dovetail is check these for square, and it's a good idea. If your saw cuts taper out a little bit and you trace, of course, off the back, it's going to make your slot a little bit bigger. But to check those, make sure they're square, and you're ready to cut the little mortise they go in. Okay, now we're ready to cut the mortise, the other half of this joint in the leg that the tail we just cut goes into. Very simple to lay out. Just in between our marks, our layout marks we made earlier, get it where your shoulders are just right with the side of the leg. And I also use a square to be sure I am square to the leg. And you can actually use the square to slide it up and down if you need to. Okay, that looks pretty good. And one other thing I didn't mention, I've got my second leg is back here, and I've got the other end laid on it to support it, and this laid on the surface. And just use a sharp pencil and scribe nice and close to that tail. And there's what we have. This is what we'll chisel out. One more thing before you start cutting, I lay the stretcher to determine the depth we need to cut this. Leave it overhanging just a hair right there. So we've scribed our depth we need to go from the thickness of the short stretcher. Bring your two lines down and you're ready to saw. We need to, when we're done sawing, we need to saw just inside these lines, and the pencil line needs to still be there. Because when we trace this, of course the line is on the outside slightly. So same thing on the end. So when we're done and ready to try to fit this, our pencil line should be, we need to saw and chop inside of those. And so just you make your two little, I guess you call shoulder cuts on either side. And be careful, and I've already went just a little bit past the end. It's real easy to oversaw this. And just saw down as far as you can. Just inside those lines. And generally I make a third cut right through the middle. It just to make it a little bit easier to chop our waist out. And just with your 1-inch chisel or whichever one you happen to pick up, just chop it out. And be very careful of these two edges here. It's easy to, when you split those first chunks out, to break those off. And just continue to start chopping your waist out. Be very careful of this line here. It's very fragile. It's easy to damage it. So we're going to get close to it, and then we'll come back and pare all the way up to it. For now, we've got to get this waist out of here. And be very careful of all these edges on the top. They really show if you damage one. So just keep them in mind as you're chopping these out. And you can also, when you get down to these corners, you can come back in this direction and get all the way up in the corner. Just sneak right up on that line. You can use a router plane to level up the floor, the bottom of this, if you want to. I generally do it all with the chisel. And just take your time, clean it out. So there you go. You should have a nice fit, slightly proud of the surface of the leg. Hold it up. Okay, now we're down to the last joint, big joint on the leg, and it's the biggest joints on the bench. And it's this long tenon that goes through the legs, and we have the slot where the wedge that locks this to the leg. If you'll notice, it has an angled shoulder that matches same 15 degrees that we cut the legs at, same angle there. The top is, let's see, we're 10 inches, you want to start 10 inches in from the end of your stretcher to this shoulder. For a 6 foot 4 inch bench, which we're building here, to the shoulder on the opposite end is 53 3/4 inches. And then you have another 10 for the tenon past that. So an overall length of 73 3/4, basically minus 10 from each end for the tenons for a 6 foot 4 inch bench. If you're going to change the length of your bench, whether you want it longer or shorter, you would need to change the distance between these shoulders. These tenons need to stay the same length. So if you want a bench a little longer or shorter, change the dimension in between, because this is what determines the length of your frame of the undercarriage of the bench. Okay, so to lay these out, a lot like we did with the legs, we'll keep these in pairs. And what I do on these is just make one triangle in the middle of the stretchers with the point pointing towards what will be the front of the bench. And then mark your faces with a squiggly mark, like what we've been doing. And keep it as a pair, of course. So you want them both to be the same. So we'll measure back 10 inches. And square that across. And generally at this point I would go ahead and measure and lay out the other end, but for time's sake we're going to move on with this. So we've got our 10 inches. We want to angle away from our line towards the tenon. We're 10 inches on top of the tenon. This can be a little confusing. So what we want is this to angle this way. So we've set our bevel at 16 degrees, like what we've done 15 degrees rather, like we've done previously. And mark that angle. And then connect the two. And there's your shoulder for the long tenon on the front and back stretchers. Okay, with the shoulder laid out and we have the length of our tenon determined there, now we need to mark the width. And I usually use 1 1/8 inches. That's what the original is. You can make them a little bit wider if you want to. I wouldn't make them any more narrow than that. But just set your pins on your mortise gauge about 1 1/8 inches or so. I've got it. That one's too far open. So right at about 1 1/8 inches. And just like what we've done before, just kind of eyeball it. Make a mark from either direction. Need to go just a shade. Okay, that's close enough. As long as you always gauge from the face side, as I mentioned earlier, if it's a little bit to one side or the other, it makes no difference. We'll be using this same gauge in the same setting to lay out the mortise in the leg here shortly. So, but just like what we've done on the earlier, just scribe those in. Don't do it crooked. Okay, there's our tenon. This is our waist. We'll be sawing away. Now it's ready to saw it out. With our layout complete, we're ready to saw our waist, our cheeks of this 10-inch long tenon, and just going to use a rip saw, pretty much what we've done before, just a little bit longer cut. Just cutting on the waist side of the line and work from both sides. Okay, we're down to the last mortise in the legs, and it's the biggest one, and it's also at an angle, 16 degrees, same as top of the leg, shoulder on these long tenons. Okay, if you'll remember when we laid these out initially, I said we would probably have to adjust this bottom line because this tenon comes through at an angle, and it's 3.5 inches wide, but these openings are actually slightly wider than that because of the angle. So to lay out, go ahead and scribe your upper line and scribe it around, just like what we've been doing, and set your tenon that we just cut and line it up with that upper line. Okay, on the bottom, come in and scribe the lower. So that's an exact fit to our tenon. Okay, this joint we need to leave some tolerance, some room for it to move, because this joint disassembles, and with humidity changes, it technically could lock together. This bench, when I first built it, was built in the wintertime, and I had left a little bit of tolerance. They would slide in and out, but between the wintertime when I built it and summertime here in North Carolina, humidity gets pretty high. Later in the summer, I went to take it apart and it would not come apart. I had to beat the stretchers out of the mortise with a mallet. So to prevent that, we're going to leave a little bit of tolerance. So here, height-wise, we're going to come just a little bit below this line we made, about 1/16 or so. And if you'll look, that's lining up with the 1 5/8 mark we made earlier. So that mark was right, but we've confirmed it's right. So now we can go ahead and scribe that across. Let's see, turn it this way. And we're going to go all the way around. We're going to connect our lines. Okay, so here's what we have now. We're laid out front, back, and then the sides for our angled mortise. Last thing we want to do, using the gauge we used to lay out the long tenon a little bit ago, We're going to use exactly the same setting. We don't want to move the teeth or the fence. They need to stay the same. And from the face side, outside of the leg, we're going to scribe this mortise. And if you'll notice, this mortise is not coming through the center of the leg, it's towards the outside. And the reason for that is this leg is 3 1/8 thick. This stretcher is about 2 3/4, and we want the face of the stretcher to be flush with the leg on the outside. So this is actually offset. So be sure when you gauge your mortise lines that you have your fence on the face side of the leg, because if you cut it over here, your stretchers aren't going to be flush, and it's going to not look very good. So, and then same thing on the back side. Be sure your fence is on the face side. And that's it. We're ready to chop. Okay, we're ready to cut the mortise for the long tenon that we just cut out. And a good thing to have or to save when you cut, this is a waste piece off the side of this long tenon that we sawed. If you'll notice, it's got an angle on the end which is 16 degrees, same as the angle that our mortise is going through the leg, and it makes a nice little guide for your auger bit. So like the center stretcher, we're going to auger most of the waste out and then chop, use a chisel and chop out and clean out the rest. Before we start, we're going to stake in the ends of the mortise to prevent any breakout by the auger. When you're drilling at an angle like this, the cutters, the actual teeth, or well, just cutters, I guess what you call them, on the auger can contact before the little nickers on the side and can tear a little piece out. So see, that's all we've done, is just took our chisel and chopped that to prevent any breakout. So we'll put our scrap up here and just center as close as you can your auger in the center of the mortise. And this is a 1-inch auger, by the way. And we're going to start down. You can use your scrap as a guide. Keep your angle of your bit same as the angle of the end of that, our little cutoff there. And just like the other mortise, about halfway through the leg. Okay, we've got the mortise cleaned up. You can see where we've cut through at an angle and they've met in the middle from our layout lines on either side of the leg. And we're almost ready. To test this joint. Okay, we've got our mortise chopped out and pared out, and we'll try this on the stretcher. And that's excellent. The face is flush here. We've got our tolerance, our little bit of movement to allow for expansion and contraction. And this may look like too much, but it's what you want. This is the way you want it. When we drive this, we're going to cut the mortise for the key here shortly. When we drive it in, it actually pushes this leg against these two shoulders on the long stretcher. And that's what this seats against, is this shoulder, and the pressure from the wedge holds it. So that allows us to have that tolerance for our expansion and contraction, and we still have a solid, strong joint when everything's assembled. So now we need to make the key so we can cut our mortise for it and finish this joint up. Okay, now we need to make the wedge for the Tusk tenon. This is what locks it together. And as you can see, it's straight on one side and tapers on the other. I really don't know what this angle is, but I'll show you how I lay it out. But as far as a degree, I don't know. But real simple. Start with a blank, and these measurements are off the original, but the blanks are 8 3/4 long and about 2 inches wide. And if you wanted to change this a little bit, it would be fine, but this angle here is kind of somewhat critical. You wouldn't want it too steep, because when mortising or vibration could possibly cause it to slide up on its own. So, but you don't want it so shallow too that it's possible just to drive it, you know, and it not stop. So this angle works real good. This is what we've made them all at, and whatever degree it is, but I'll show you how to lay it out. And the thickness of this piece is about 3/8. You want to, whatever mortise chisel you're using is kind of what determines this. So 3/8 or a little thicker or whatever would be fine. But to start out, measure 7/8 in from one corner, the side you want to be tapered, and make you a little simple little mark. Go to the opposite corner and measure down 5/8. So now we've got two little pencil marks. Take your framing square or straight edge or whatever you have handy, and line it up to those two marks and just connect them. And that'll give us that angle. Okay, you'll notice the original ends are rounded. I don't have a formula for that. I just generally just draw in whatever looks good to you. Something like that. Okay, to make that angle to cut that wedge out, just start with a chisel and just chop right down to it. Then you can also use jack plane set heavy, and you can take that wood right off. And then I usually take the joiner very last and be sure it's good, straight, and even. So something like that. And to make the rounded portions on the ends to You can use a coping saw or you know, just rasp it all off. Generally what I do is just take your chisel that we've been using, this is just the 1-inch firmer chisel, and just pare back to it. If your chisel's good and sharp, it's the fastest way to do it. Just take little nibbles. And you should end up with something like that. And that's our wedge. And now we're ready to lay out the mortise that goes in and chop it out. And we'll be done with the tusk tenon. Okay, we have our joint reassembled and we're ready to cut the mortise for the wedge. You could round these corners off. The original was rounded just on the upper and lower corners and kind of straight in the middle, or you can cut an angle. You know, right here is not really important. We're not going to cut it right now, but we're going to move on to this wedge so we can finish this up. But that is an option, and you know, before you're done, you want to clean those ends up, make them look a little better. So take your wedge that we just made, and generally I go somewhere around 2 inches below the tenon. Something like that. And if you'll notice, the tenon, or the wedge rather, is offset up, and that's what we want, because over time, you know, the edge of the wedge, the grain can compress or inside the joint a little bit, and as it does, you know, it could go down a little bit. So start with it just a little bit high and mark on the wedge. You need to use the same wedge to lay out all the mortises. We have, of course, 4 of these, but where that tenon location you've come up with is. Okay, after that, what you want to do, be sure your leg is seated against the shoulders there, and this one is, and just scribe right down the front of that wedge. Okay, before you disassemble this, go ahead and scribe the top and the bottom, and probably one side. You can use that to eyeball when you're chopping the with your mortise chisel here in just a minute. So at that point, you can go ahead and disassemble it. And bring these marks around. You really don't have to go back down this other side, but the top and the bottom. And on this back one, this is our line at the face of the leg. We want to make another mark about, I don't know, 1/8 or 3/16, quarter, it doesn't really matter, behind that. And that's where we're going to mortise to, not this front line right here. And the reason is when we drive this wedge in, if we cut it exactly that shape, the wedge is just going to wedge into the mortise. It's not going to push against the front of the leg, which is what we want. So be sure and cut your mortise back beyond your baseline there just a little bit. And we'll go ahead and bring this bottom one around. And there we go. Okay, we need to lay out the width of this mortise for the key also. We've got our length delineated here. Now we need the width. And what you want, if you can get it or find it, is a mortise chisel. And this happens to be an English style, and it's 3/8 wide, same as our chisel, which is a good thing. These really work well. They're wider on the back side, on the cutting edge side, than they are the inside. They're actually tapered, and they're also tapered in this direction. If you can actually see it on this one, the cutting end is a little bit wider, and what that does reduces friction. When you drive it in, it's only touching the mortise right through here, so it makes it easier to pull it out, but it's still heavy and robust, and great mortise chisel. But you don't want to, well, to start out, I generally just take and kind of eyeball where the center is and just push your chisel in, and that kind of tells you what the width you need is. And then use this is a single point marking gauge, just a little homemade wooden one. It only has one point, it's not a mortise gauge. And set the pin to one side of that little cut, and then come back and see how close that is to our width. And that's just a little bit narrow. This is a guideline more than anything, so. Okay, the reason for using a single pin gauge is we're going to scribe from both sides of the tenon to lay this mortise out. And there's a reason for that. It centers the mortise in the tenon. Now I know you're thinking you could take our regular mortise gauge, set it for 3/8 and center it, but we've got 4 of these tenons. You know, they could be slightly different widths, and so by gauging this way from both sides, your mortise will always be in the center of your tenon. And as you can see, we're chopping a pretty big slot in a not so wide tenon, so to maintain its strength, you want equal thickness on either side. And so now, same thing on the back side. Highlight our marks. So now we're ready to chop. Okay, now we're ready to chop our slot for our key. We'll go through our tenon. So a lot of people have different methods, which way to turn the chisel, which direction to go. I don't really have a particular way I follow. Some start in the middle of the mortise, work out, but one way or another you need to get the wood out of there however you do it. So one thing, you do not want to start right on your layout line, especially this front one. The back one's not such a big an issue, but just chop straight in. And as you can see, pretty fast. Get on down there fairly quickly. Knock some of that out of the way. On this back, I generally, on this particular type of mortise, I don't pry on the front because it's exposed, and you see it. This back shoulder is inside the leg, so you can pry all you want on it and not hurt anything. But I'm gonna go ahead and turn the chisel around and work on up a little closer. And if you worry about how straight you're going in the wood, and that's a concern, drive your chisel in and stand back and look at it occasionally, and your eye can pick it up if you're going one way or the other. Okay, you can see here we're 2 passes and we are a little bit over halfway through. So now we're going to finish up from this direction, right on our line, and follow this angle down to the front side of this mortise. Needs to be as straight and flat inside as possible because the back side of our wedge seats against it. The side towards the leg is not so critical. As long as it's clearing the wedge, it's okay. So, and of course, this mortise being at an angle, well, it really doesn't complicate it, but it maybe not quite as easy as going straight. So what I do is, you see my layout line, I just eyeball down the back of the chisel and try to keep it pretty much the same angle as that line, and we'll pair that wall. And that's all we can do from this side. See our wedge starting in there, so we'll flip it over and finish up from the other side. You need to remember we're actually angling. I didn't put layout lines on this side, they're over here, but we're angling back this way from the bottom side. So need to little point to remember. Okay, have our mortise completely chopped, and when you get coming from both ways and you meet, make sure sometimes the two coming in from either side may not perfectly align there in the center, and you can pair that off inside. Just make sure your chisel will lay flat, against the sides. And you can use your firmer chisel for that. And also there tends to be a little bit of fuzz, just kind of like little hairs in there from the mortise chisel, and knock them off too while you're checking it. That makes it smoother. On the ends of the mortise, this back side is not real critical. As long as it's clearing the way or the front of the leg, it's no issue. This front side, A lot of times I use a little narrow 1/4 inch chisel and stick through there and make sure it's aligned with your bottom mark and your top mark, and it lays flat up against it. You want all the bearing surface right there you can get. You don't want humps in it. And if you do find a little hump, or you can use your chisel and clean that up. And then of course just make sure your wedge goes in, and then you're ready to fit it up and try it on the leg. Okay, here's what we've been working towards. We've got our mortise and long tenon fitted. We've got our wedge cut, mortise fret cut, and that is it. It's unbelievable. And you times that times 4 legs on the bench, you're not going to rack this joint. This is my favorite part of the bench to build. Every time we put one together in class, it's still for some reason a thrill to me. So at this point, you can pat yourself on the back, say good job, and we're ready to move on. We have all our joints cut now and fitted, and before we start to assemble the end assemblies, this is enough for one end of the bench, one little trestle assembly, we need to dry fit it. But a couple things I'll point out. I have planed this is the insides of the legs, and we had all our layout marks just like this side. You see they're gone. And we do that now before assembly because it's impossible with the hand plane. You could sand them off, I suppose, but good idea, go ahead and plane them off. And you'll remember we've numbered everything with Roman numerals, so those pencil lines were just for layout in the process of cutting the joints. So we'll use these from now on. And I also planed these short stretchers. If you'll notice, my layout marks are gone off them. Also, there again, once this is assembled, they're almost impossible well, they are impossible to plane. So it's the quickest way to clean them up and get your pencil marks off. And so we're going to dry fit this one just to make sure, even though we know each joint fits its mortise, we want to, before we start spreading glue on this thing, we want to be sure that the assembly will go together before we put the glue on. That's especially if you're using just a PVA type wood glue, which swells the wood up a little bit. You don't have a lot of time to work, so you don't want to be fiddling with a joint with the glue on it. So this is just a safety, just to be sure. Okay, I think that will work well. There's one end. So, okay, we can go ahead and pull this back apart. And it's a good idea if you have one, to use a rubber mallet instead of your wooden mallet. It doesn't scar the surfaces of the wood quite so much. Okay. And one thing I mentioned I planed the inside right now. You'll notice the lines are still on the other 3 sides. That's okay. We can plane them after it's assembled, and that's what you want to do. When you're about ready to finish, that's when you would come back and plane these surfaces. So for now, just leave them. There's no use to plane them. You'll just have to do it again. Okay, glues. I guess there's hundreds of options on glue. To start out with, this is which we don't have it heated up, a hot hide glue, which comes in a dry crystal form like that. You soak it in water and for a certain amount of time and then heat it up. It's a traditional type glue, very good glue, but you have to have a glue pot and to heat it up. And there's also, it's come out in the past few years, liquid hide glue. This is old brown glue. That's a good one. Titebond has come out with a liquid hide glue a year or 2 ago. It works real well. And then you have your standard wood glues. This is Titebond 3. They have a 1 and a 2. I like the 3 for one reason. It dries dark, and if ends of these joints or something, you got a little gap and there's glue in it, it doesn't show. So I like that one. It dries very fast. The liquid hide glues are give you a little more assembly time, which is sometimes a good thing. So, but this we have to be kind of quick with, and that's what we're going to use today because we're wanting to move on, so we're going to glue this up and so we can move on to the next step. You'll need a brush of some kind. I buy these little old cheap, they're paint brushes, and the bristles are about that long when you buy them. I just take a chisel and cut them off, and it makes it kind of stiff. Works real well on these bigger joints. But anyway, not much to it. Try to get real good coverage on both pieces, the mortise and the tenon. I don't go crazy with it. You want to get it, like I said, a good coverage, but a huge amount just tends to get pushed and squeezed out. So get enough where you don't have too much of that, if you can. And like I said earlier, with this more regular type of wood glue, once you get started, you need to go and do the whole thing as quick as possible. And these are tenon sticks through just a little bit, so we'll hang it off there and go on to the next one. One thing to be sure of before you put the clamps on is gluing that this top bridle joint is driven down to the floor of that mortise. It sometimes in the assembly process tends to creep up, and it makes an ugly little gap when it's there. So, most of the time we can assemble these with 2 clamps, as long as your joints are pretty square and everything fits pretty well. And before you get too far along, be sure and check your squareness. If they're a shade out, it's really not much consequence in the end of this pretty forgiving base system for the bench because of the way everything else mounts to it. So that one happens to be dead on. So as long as it's pretty close, you'll be okay. And one last thing I would check is to put the square across the outside and check to make sure you haven't pulled the legs in or out in the clamping process. See, I've got both clamps on one side here, and if you tighten them a whole lot, you can move them a bit. So this one we're real good, so I think we're good to go. And one last thing that I haven't mentioned is the original bench, of course, had pegs, and it probably was not glued when it was built, probably just the pegs. With the new glues, you could eliminate the pegs if you want to. They're usually 5/8 or 3/4 dowels. We're not going to put them in right now, but I usually, after everything's set up, I come back and bore those holes and insert dowels. Just a little bit of extra, I'm sure, to add some strength. And if you don't have any clamps, those joints, you could offset the pins a little and do a draw bore, but you have to be careful on these bridle joints. You can't do much; you'll break the top out. But the dowels the pins are kind of optional if you've glued it well and got good fits. So there we go. We need to let that dry a few minutes, and we'll be ready to move on. Okay, our glue has set up. We're almost ready to assemble our undercarriage of this bench with its long stretchers and the other end that we've already made. But one last thing we need to take care of on this one is this little projection on the top stretcher in the bridle joint. And we did that on purpose, if you'll remember in the beginning. And the reason for that is we're going to plane it off now level with the top of the legs. This is something you could attempt with a hand rip saw. It's hard. I have a hard time sawing an angle any distance like that, so it's just easier for me to plane it off, which is what we're going to do now. But either way you want to do it will work. But this way does work pretty well for me. So just clamp it up in the vise, and we're just going to use our jack plane with the cambered iron and hog most of this big corner off. You could also use your hatchet, and I've done that before, knock that edge off. But this method doesn't take very long either. kind of, as you're going along, most of the time when you're planing, you end up with a crown in the banana, in the middle. So, time to time, make a couple extra licks in the middle. Just bring it on, bring it on down. Okay. Just a little bit more. You want to stop just with the jack plane just before you get to the top of the legs. Okay. And then finish up with the joiner. You can hear the joiner hitting either end. And you have to be careful and try not to beat your corners off like I've done. When you get down to the last little bit, like on this leg we're okay, we're planing into the face. But you may want to, on this end, when you get down to your last stroke or two, when you just start to touch that leg, come back the other way so you don't chip. These corners aren't really visible, but these are. And check it. Make sure you're flat across the tops of those legs, and that really looks good. That's what you want. Now we're ready to put the rest of the bottom together. One little tidbit that's left we need to take care of is to go ahead and cut our angle on the bottom, on the feet of the legs. And it's the same angle we've used, 15 degrees, same as the top and the stretchers and everything else. And we're going to move down to the bottom and mark that angle for our feet. One thing to be extra careful about is to make sure your feet are parallel with our other angles on there. If you cut them backwards, you're going to have a workbench standing on its tippy toes. So be sure that you're parallel with the top. And I already know I'm cutting this one to the length I like, and like we talked about earlier, you know, you may want to cut it right at the bottom and leave some extra height, or however you like. And then if you need it shorter, you can cut it off later. So. Lost the saw. Where did it? Right there, yeah. And I usually don't knife this in, try to get a real clean line, because I'll come back and with a block plane after we get it cut off and round these edges a little. It keeps, if you slide the bench around the floor or something, keeps the edges from getting caught and chipping off. So and just saw it off. Okay, we have all our joints cut, our ends glued up, and we finally get to put the base assembly together. So let's see how this thing fits. After you get the bench finished, a good idea on these tenons is to, or what I do, inside the mortise, inside the leg, you get a little bit of a Chinese handcuff effect sliding these together and sliding them apart. If you'll use a little mutton tallow on the end grain of these mortises on the inside, it makes them much easier to slide in and out. The mortise going through at an angle, like I said, you get a little bit of a grab effect to it sometimes. And these are all new and a little bit sticky. And tap your wedges down. And you don't have to just a good tap is all you really need. And they hold just fine. And there it is. Okay, we're ready to move on to the top. And here's the top we'll be using on this bench. And the first thing to do we're going to hold the top to the lower assemblies. We're going to use dowels you've seen earlier, and the way we're going to line these dowels up between the top and the top stretchers is a little process called blind pegging. So we're going to get this top aligned where we want it to go, and get our overhangs even on both ends. Make a few marks, and then we'll be ready to get the dowels in and get the top mounted. Okay, with our top on, we're ready to install our dowels that will line it up. And there's several things we need to do before we start that process, and we're going to locate the dowels by a process called blind pegging. It's real simple, but first we need to be sure and locate where our legs are meeting the top. And if you'll notice, we've got the overhang on either end centered so that we've got the same on both ends, and located these. And I've also left a little bit of an overhang. We've got these tenons we haven't planed off yet, but, of about a 1/16 or so, and that's for this top is not 100% dry and could contract a little bit, so we can plane that on flush to the legs later and go ahead and use it now, even though the top's not completely dry. Same thing down here. You see my two line-up marks, and I'm overhanging a little bit. On the back, I've made a couple of marks you can't see, to use as line-up as a guide also. So now, just flip it out of the way. And this is process, like I said, called blind pegging. And very simple. We put the nail where we want our lineup dowel to be. You don't want to put it right at the end. I usually, because the front ones have the most pressure on them. But you can come just anywhere. I'm going to put this one about right here. No measurement, just like I said, you don't want it right on the end. And then I made a mark where the back of our top meets the stretcher. So we know this is the very back. We're going to put a second one about right here. And if you'll notice, I've put these a little bit this way. This stretcher, of course, is angled, and when we drill in, keep our dowel kind of centered in that angled stretcher. No big deal, but it's something I usually do. Same thing down here. And these, like I said, don't have to be in exactly the same locations between either end. So. Okay, now what we want to do, and you noticed I didn't drive those in far. We've got to be able to pull them out with this is just a pair of wire cutters, diagonal cutters. So we need to be able to, you don't drive them way down in there, but then again, you don't want to drive them to just a smidge and they, push over or something at the wrong moment. So you cut them off about 3/16 or so above the stretcher. The main thing is to leave enough to get a hold of with your wire cutters to get those out. Okay, what these 4 little nails are going to do for us when we flip this top back over and line up our lines, we'll make little holes, in exactly the location of a little hole the nail made down here. So then we have a place to put our auger, and we know our dowels will line up. I've put a couple little, these are just a couple of scraps down that are taller than the nails. And what we're going to do is set the top down on them and get it in position. And then pull them out and let it set down on the nails. One thing I forgot to mention, be sure your wedges are driven in good and tight. You don't want the top of the bench to push in while you're doing this. Have your dowels in the wrong locations. Okay, we've got our little bit of overhang there. Our marks pretty well line up. So now we're just going to carefully pull our little scrap out and set it down on the nails. Make sure we got our little bit of overhang there. Same thing on this end. Okay. And what I usually do, you can take your mallet and hit straight down the top, but I usually hit up, just give the bottom of the top stretcher a couple good taps, and you'll see the top move down on those pegs, or on the nails rather. So now just pick it back up, and you can see here is where our nails contacted the top. So now we know exactly when we bore our dowel holes in these locations, they will align perfectly. And that's called blind pegging. It's pretty useful for some things. Really works good here. It's the best way I know of to line them up. So after that, of course, just take your cutters and just pull the little nails out. And now you're ready to drill the dowel holes. Okay, we've got our holes drilled using our nail locations on this side, and kind of show you what we're doing here. This is where the dowel will go in the front of the bench, this location here. And if you'll look, this hole is elongated. Okay, the dowel, we do that. This top, like I said earlier, is not 100% dry, and it could shrink a little bit. But even if it was dry, it's going to expand and contract with seasonal changes. So what this does, it allows this back dowel to move back and forth, or the top to move back and forth on the dowel rather, and not cause any problems. And the walls are still straight, so any pressure when you're using doing heavy work with a mallet or something like that, it still keeps the tops of the legs from coming in with pressure. So, but you've got a slot and it can move front to back. So we're gonna, on this side, we've got one more hole to drill, and I try to drill all these pretty close to the same depth. With this particular auger, about 20 turns once the cutters touch. So we'll get down there, then we're going to count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. That'll give us about an inch or so deep hole. Okay, and our dowels will go here. I'm just going to show you on this back one how we make that slot. And it's very simple. I start with a square, and our nail hole that we made a minute ago, just put the square right through the center of it and make you a line. And I'm also going to switch. This is a Irwin bit, and the reason I'm switching bits, this one drills or bores a hole right at 5/8. This is a 5/8 bit also, but it drills a slightly bigger 5/8 hole, so it doesn't grab on our dowels. The dowels will slide into this hole, and then when we drive them in and glue them in this one, it's a real tight fit, which is what we want. So it makes it a little easier to get the top off the bench. So I'm going to change my auger real quick and just start just a little, that's what, quarter or so. And make sure you stay pretty close to on the line and bore on down. And this one is about 20 turns also, I think. So that's what we're going to do. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. And then go back over this way, let them overlap just a little, and bore down again, 20. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, and 21, just to be sure. Okay, after you bore your holes, just this little triangle piece of waste that's left, just pare it off straight to the outermost part of the circle, the auger hole. And that's pretty much it. We're ready to go ahead and cut our dowels, glue them in, and then we'll have our top mounted and ready to move on to the other things. Okay, for the pegs I use just 5/8 oak dowel. This is some that I bought. You can make them if you want to, but they simply these are cut about 1 7/8 or so. Just a little drop of glue. These fit pretty tight. So a little drop of glue in the holes just to be sure they don't pull out. And just take our hammer and down it goes. Okay, so that to make it easier when we flip the top over, you need to make a little bit of a point on this thing, and you can use a chisel, and which works good, but what works better is this little tool here, a little cone cutter. Roy, one day in class, we were chiseling with a chisel and taking forever, and he's like, I've got the thing for that. So he let me have one, but it's a little cone cutter, and what it does, it's like a little pencil sharpener. It just makes a nice little cone, which helps you when you flip this top over to line up with your holes. Slick little thing. Works real well. So now let's give it a try. See if this will come anywhere near fitting. I don't know anything to do to make it any better. Okay, I'm going to take this vise apart and show you how we make each piece, and this is called a face vise. And one little tidbit, if you're right-handed, normally these are mounted on the left end of the bench. If you're left-handed, the vise would be over here on the other end. But keep that in mind when you're making this back part. Doesn't matter much on the chop here. So what we've got to make, we have the chop, and it has a kind of unique shape, and it's patterned off the original bench at Old Salem, and I'll show you how to lay that out. We'll have this groove for the garter to chop, cut out, and take the screw out. We have here a 2 5/8 hole. The screw is 2 1/2, and then you need a little bit of space for clearance. So we've got that to deal with and cut out. And down here we have the parallel guide mortise. And the parallel guide is this little piece of wood here, and this is the pin, and this counteracts when you tighten the screw up. Generally you have the pin set somewhere near the thickness of what you're clamping up, and it kind of counteracts whatever you're clamping up. And like I said, it has a little mortise it goes through, a couple little shoulders here, real simple. And then we have this, don't really have a name for this particular part. I just call it the back piece of the vise, and it sits in two little shallow mortises, one in the top of the stretcher and a short one right here on the underside of the top. And this little joint here is really not a joint, it just sets up against the inside of the leg. And I'll show you how to lay that angle out. We'll actually trace it off the leg itself. These little mortises and short, excuse me, short stub tenons, quick and simple to cut. And then we have this slot right there, and that is, of course, what the parallel guide goes in. And we want it to, especially side to side, be pretty accurate. It needs a little bit of movement up and down, but side to side, it's called the parallel guide. It helps keep the vise face parallel to the front of the bench. And so now we're going to start out with this vise chop and laying out this profile and cutting the hole and the mortise for the parallel guide. Okay, the vise chop on this bench is kind of a unique shape. I haven't seen one quite this same profile, and I kind of like it. And this is, if you have another shape you want to make, that would be fine, but the kind of the overall dimensions of the screw hole and the parallel guide mortise would need to be the same. But as far as the profile, it doesn't matter. But to make this profile, it's pretty simple. I start, this is a 27-inch long by 8 inches wide, 2-inch thick blank. This particular one's white oak. Excuse me. Very good one for very good wood for a vise chop. And this piece is particularly fast grown, very hard, very strong. So, but anyway, to start off, I usually leave an inch extra, which will be up here at the top. So I start off by marking 1 inch down from what I want to be the top of my chop. So we're going to mark 1 inch and square that across. And that's to allow for a little bit of variation in top thickness, or once this is all assembled, and what you want to do is mark off from the top to the back of the chop, and that be your final height. This way we're positive we're not a little too short, which would be bad. So we're going to leave it. We've got 1 inch extra to compensate for that. Okay, our next measurement will come down 10 inches. Make a little mark and square that across. And this will be our screw location. That's where we'll bore the hole through. Next up, we need to lay out our side profile. And what we do here is we'll measure from our line we made at the top, measure down about 9 inches. Now this mark I'm not going to make all the way across, just going to make a mark on either side. That way we don't confuse it with this mark, because this is the center of the screw hole. So we've made these two little short marks at 9 inches, square across from each other. From your 9-inch mark, come down about 22 inches. Or, excuse me, 22 from the top one. 22 from your top line up here. And you can bring that mark all the way across. Okay. On this bottom one, we want 6 inches. We're going to taper down to 6 inches. So just mark 1 inch in on your line right here from either edge. Okay. Now take your square, put it on our little short mark we made up here at 9 inches, and cross it down here on our 22-inch mark, and just connect them. Don't let your square move. Okay, and there's our our taper at the lower section, and we're going to do the same thing on this side. Okay. Now at the bottom we have the two little coves, and that center bit right here is at 3.5 inches, and I'm just gonna, we're at 8, so we'll go to 4, which is the center. Go 1 3/4 inches out on your rule. Mark it 0, 3.5. Okay, now just take you could use framing square. Bring you a couple of lines square up from the bottom. Now, we have the little cove at the bottom, and generally what I do is just freehand that little cove on either side, because the original, it's almost like a side of a teardrop shape a little bit. But you can also, this is one of Roy's, not sure what it is, some kind of little torch that I found that has a nice little curve on the bottom. And you can use something like that, or a paint can, just whatever's handy. This makes a more uniform little turn. So, and we just scribe that in, or trace around it. Make that one just a little darker so I can see it. Okay, and that's our rough shape. You see our coves, and this will of course be able to see it all a little better when we get it sawn out. Okay, back up here on our vise location, a good way to get something like this dead in the center is to gauge from either side, and we want that screw to come right through the center if possible. And these lines don't necessarily have to be just close enough. We can see we've got two little gauge marks, so we know right in between them is of course our dead center. And if you're, depending on how you're going to bore this hole, if you're going to use a big auger or hole saw, or however you decide to do it, just this one layout. But the way we're going to use a smaller bit and drill through several holes, chisel out in between. So it's good to have an idea where the location is going to be on the other side. So real quickly, we're going to transfer this around and find our center of our screw hole on this side also. Okay, we found where our screw hole will be. We have our locations laid out, so now we need to just use a little simple pair of dividers. You want to set these about 1 inch and 5/16, which is half of 2 5/8, the size of the hole we need. And just make your nice little circle. It's the easiest thing on this workbench to make is this circle. So, and if you didn't get enough doing it on the first side, you get to do it again. On the back. And one last thing before we start cutting this thing out is the parallel guide, the mortise that it comes through down here. We will lay out its up and down location when, here in a little bit, when we'll use this or the bottom stretcher. The parallel guide rides right on top of it. We use that to locate it. But for right now, we want to delineate the sides of it. And the reason we want to do that now is because we're getting ready to saw this away. We're going to have 2 angles. It's much easier to do it now. And I know that generally the bottom of this mortise is right around on these benches when we build them 4 1/4 or so. So just be sure I've got this gauge set for the thickness of my parallel guide, which is 7/8. And it's centered pretty close on the width to the from the edge to the center of the chop. And be sure, just in case it's not quite centered, and it's okay if it's not, just if it's a shade one side or the other, is no problem. And make your lines a little longer, just to give you some room to move up and down if you need to. When you flip it over to do the other side, be sure your fence is on this same side right here. And this is the back side, so we can make these as long as we want. And you can pencil them in for later if you want to. Okay, we're ready to start cutting and get our hole drilled and our shapes cut out. What we're doing now is drilling several small holes to make the big hole for this vise screw. And what I'm doing is drilling, and the lead screw's coming through, but we're going to come back in a minute and finish up drilling. And I'm using a 5/8 bit instead of, a great big bit. And it's a little bit easier, I think, if you're doing this, to use a smaller bit and drill a few more holes than, say, to use a 1 inch and just drill a few. Your little webs between the holes are smaller, a little easier chisel work. So, got one more hole to drill, and then we'll flip it over. And this really doesn't take very long. Even in this white oak, it goes pretty quick. And there we are. Okay, when I flip this over, you can see what the back side looks like. And we'll come back and finish up from this direction. Okay, we have all our holes drilled, our little circle that looks like a old-fashioned telephone dial. And now we're going back and taking the webs out. And we're going to just work it just like we've done the other stuff, kind of halfway from both sides. Try to keep from chipping your surfaces up. And right now I'm just using a 1/2-inch chisel. And we're going to get as close to the wall of the hole as we can. And you can see here we can do pretty well with this 1/2-inch chisel. But I will come back after we get this cleaned out a little bit and use this little 1/4-inch chisel we had earlier and just pare on back to the line and kind of work from both sides. And then of course after that, just a standard rasp and finish rounding the hole up and clean it up. It doesn't have to be perfectly smooth inside as long as it's a clear 2 5/8. So that's pretty much all there is to that. Okay, what I'm doing here is making a few stopping cuts, and we're going to show several ways of removing waste to get down to the shape we want, and this is one of them. We're making some stopping cuts into this little cove here, and we'll just take a chisel, and for right now we're just bust them off kind of coarse. And then what we're doing is getting closer. We've got to remove this little angled piece here, and there's several ways of doing that. We're going to do one here with a rip saw. And by going ahead and roughing these coves out, now we eliminate about 4 inches to rip through. And this being a terribly hard piece of white oak, and I've lost my salt. A very hard piece of white oak, any less ripping is a good thing. So we're gonna stay off our line. We're gonna finish up here with a plane. So we want to be able to see the line when we get done. This doesn't have to be a terribly accurate cut, but you want to stay on the outside of it, but close to it. You don't have to plane off any more than you have to. One other way I wouldn't really think of it is a hatchet. This is a single beveled hewing hatchet, and just go just like with a saw. Don't quite, my layout lines are on this side, so stay off the line just a little bit. You can see what I did with the saw. Just chop it off. Okay, we've got this smoothed up. I started after the saw and of course the axe on one side, used the jack plane with the cambered iron and roughed it in, and then finished up with this joiner, which levels and smooths it. And check it for square. It's not critical that it is, but it just looks a little better. So that leaves our little cove here at the end that's still rough. And the easiest way to handle that is just a chisel and your same 1-inch firmer we've used. And just with the bevel down, just chop it out. And you can cut pretty accurately using the Okay, once you get it chopped, so we've done on the curve there real well with just the chisel. You can come back with your chisel flat and finish this up. And if you have any roughness, just like what we did on the big screw hole a little bit, you can finish up with a rasp. And that's all there is to that. One other thing, I laid this out round. I'll probably round this corner just a little bit too to finish up. So. Okay, we've got our vise piece, the profile cut, and the hole for the screw cut. Okay, next on this piece we need to do the parallel guide mortise. This piece comes through right here. But before we do that, we need to go ahead and mount this back piece and get it in its location in the vise or in the bench, and it mounts in a little short stub tenon going down into the stretcher, and a second one up here on top. The top sets down on. Okay, we've also got this angle we have to deal with, and so we need to get that mounted before we can finish up here. So here's our new bench assembly we're working on, and here's the piece we're going to mount. So we're going to start with this bottom little stub tenon and mortise, and then scribe the angle, cut it, and then we'll put the top on and lay out where the top mortise goes. And then we'll be ready to finish up our vise. Okay, our back piece of the vise is a piece of, this is just yellow pine, and it's two pieces laminated together, kind of like what we've had on a lot of the parts on this bench. And overall, I cut these a little bit long. We'll actually shorten this when we mount it, but start out about 22 inches long. This one's about 9 inches wide, and 2 3/4 thick. Same dimension as the stretchers are thick. But it's not critical, it could be a little thicker. And it can be wider also. I think the original was 10 if I remember right. But for the dimension lumber I have, 9 works well. So. But anyway, first thing off, need to decide which you want to be the face. Now this one has a knot on the back side, which won't hurt anything, but we don't want to look at it. So we'll go ahead and make us a squiggly mark on the front. Okay, we need to cut a little tenon on the bottom down here that will slide down into the stretcher. And I start on the bottom, and I'll show you why, or it'll make sense here shortly as we get on to the next step. So this bottom tenon, it doesn't need to be very long. I'm going to cut this one 3/4. 3/4 or 7/8 works real well. You really don't want to go any longer than that. You can actually weaken the stretcher and weaken the edge of the top if you cut a real deep mortise. And it doesn't need to be any longer. So first thing we're going to do is lay out the shoulder. And I've checked this piece. The end is nice and square. And so we're going to use just a cutting gauge. And a cutting gauge is just like a regular marking gauge, except instead of a little pointy scratcher, this one has a little knife mounted in it. And it'll make a nice line, little cut line that we can saw to. We want to bring that all the way around. And make several little passes, make a good deep cut there. Okay. So I will darken that just a little bit so you can see it. That's our shoulder line. Okay, the tenon itself, I'm going to use a mortise gauge, and about 3/4 wide works good. The width of this could be 7/8, 1 inch, whatever you want to do. I'm going to do 3/4. So kind of like what we did before, I'm going to set the gauge to our chisel, because on the tenon it's not going to make a tremendous amount of difference, but on our mortise we can use the same gauge setup, lay it out, and we know when we're going to chop it out with this chisel, so we'll know it's exactly the right width. Okay, that's pretty good there. Okay, I just eyeball the center of it. And as long as you gauge from the face side on this piece and on the stretcher where we're going to cut the mortise, I'm not even going to check to see if it's centered. It doesn't matter. I really don't care. So as long as we gauge from the face side, everything will be just fine. So we'll just take that with our fence to the face. And gauge around. And you can see what we've done there. We've got, okay, this tenon will stop short from the end, and it doesn't matter how much. I'll show you when we cut it here. I just cut in a little bit and split the chunk off because we're going to lay out the length of the mortise off of this tenon. So all this is hidden once the bench is assembled, so it's not really essential, you know, where you stop it, but I usually do stop it short of the end. Okay, now we're ready to saw. Okay, we're sawing our shoulders now, and I've sawn the other sides. Just going to show you real quick. This is a lot of what we've already done, but just cutting a little V groove, a little trough to get our saw started in. Just like that. And I'm actually gonna switch saws. I'm gonna start with this finer back saw and get a kerf all the way across and keep a nice sharp shoulder right here. Okay, we've got a good start across there. Now I'm going to switch to just my regular cross-cut panel saw, and this is a 7 points. It's a little bit coarse and it's hard to start like that. So with that little kerf already there, it'll follow it. And we're cutting through 9 inches of wood here, so this speeds us up a little bit. Be good. Try to keep an eye on your saw and keep it straight as possible. Also through this. I need to darken that. I can't. Hard to see. Okay, that's pretty close. So now we have our shoulders cut all the way around, and like I mentioned earlier, I've cut in maybe 1/2 inch, 3/8 from the ends right here. We're going to pop that little end off. Okay, to finish this tenon up, you could saw this, but it's very short, and as long as the material you're using is fairly straight grain, the quickest way to remove it is just to split it. And just start off your line initially, just in case you do have some bad grain. Okay, that's much quicker than sawing it. And then on these ends, now we've got a roughed out tenon, and you can just use your chisel, just hand pressure, and with the back of the chisel acting a little bit like a plane, just keep it kind of flush to the back and just come on across. Like right there, there's a little bit of juvenile wood that's breaking out. We'll get a little closer. And just like we've done before, just want to stop pretty close to the center of your gauge mark. And there we go, that's pretty good. After we fit this, I've got a little bit of gauge mark left there. And I want to leave it till I'm sure it fits the mortise it will go into. But after we fit it, it's a good idea to take a block plane or something and kind of chamfer these edges, because this is, when you set the vise assembly in the bench, it just, you know, helps it align and fall down in the mortise. So that's all there is to that. Now we need to get the stretcher up here and get the mortise cut. Okay, here's our tenon we just cut, and we're going to lay out where this goes into the stretcher. And if you've noticed, I've set the top on the bench, the legs are at the angles they're going to be. The original bench had a small opening gap right here, and I generally build mine that way. You could technically slide this whole piece up against the leg and have the angle top to bottom, but I just do it this way. But measure out about 1.5 inches or so, not real critical, and make you a square that across on the stretcher. This is where the side of our vise piece will be located. Okay, the vise, the back piece here is setting on the shoulder right here on the very back edge, not on the tenon. And just get it where it's just right on the edge. You can stand it almost straight up. Okay, first thing we want to do is take our pencil and scribe, you can't see this, but off the inside of the leg to the back of our vise piece, and then being sure we're still aligned right here, slide it on back and make another little mark at each end of the tenon. You'll be able to see these in just a second. Okay, now we know where our tenon comes to, and there is our angle that this needs to be cut. We'll run this on up with a square and saw it off and plane it down to the line. That gives us a nice tight fit against the leg here. After we get this angle cut, and we've got to cut a mortise here, we're actually laying out 2 operations here at once, then we'll reassemble this and mark our location where to cut this, and we'll make another little stub tenon just like this one up here on top that goes into the lower side of the bench top like we talked about earlier. So I have our mortise gauge, and this is the same one in the same setting that we just used to lay this tenon out. Exactly the same one, don't change it. And we'll bring those 2 lines where we marked the location of the tenon, and then with the fence to the face, the front of the stretcher, we're going to scribe our mortise location. Okay, so now we're ready to, we'll take this out of take the bench back apart and chop this and saw our angle here, and we'll be ready to move up to the next mortise. So Okay, we're back up here at the bench, and I've got the our back vise piece clamped up here. I'm just going to use the rip saw and cut this angle here. This is we're getting close to the end of the rip sawing, so either at this point you either love it or going to throw your saw down a well after you get done. I don't know which, but there's quite a bit of it on this project. And one thing I'm starting off the line a little bit, and what we're going to do is we're going to plane, use the jack and the joiner and finish this edge with a plane. We get a nice fit against the leg. So saw off the line, leave a little bit of room to work there. Okay, we've got our angle ripped out and planed down, and as you can see, slides right up on the leg. So we're ready to get this stretcher pulled out and chop that mortise. Nine, 10, 11, 12, 13. And here we're just doing what we've done before, just boring a series of holes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Once you figure out, and it's different between augers, different lead screws, you can, like we said earlier, you can count the turns and they'll all be the same depth. This little mortise is what our back vise piece is going to sit in. We laid out a minute ago, and it's just like what we've done. Only thing, the little tenon is about 3/4 of an inch long. I would make the mortise just a shade deeper, you know, in case a little wood chip or something got in there, it wouldn't hold it apart. But other than that, it's just same thing we've been doing. Just pare out the waste and clean it up and check the fit. One little piece of advice I haven't mentioned, you can see I've pared up pretty much as far as I can go by hand right here. We've got a little bit on either side, and then the end grain right here. Always a good idea to chop the end grain first and not try to take your mallet and drive down here. There's possibility, especially on smaller pieces, of maybe splitting this. So be sure and something I haven't mentioned, but to chop the end grain first when you get to the ends of a mortise like that. Might save a little heartache. Go ahead. We've reassembled the base of the bench, put our stretcher back in. Now we want our tenon we cut, and our mortise we've been working on, and our angle cut we just made. And this should fit in there pretty much like that. And this, you should have a pretty nice fit there, flush on the front. And now we need to mark where this top tenon shoulder will be. The shoulder now. I'll explain this a little more right here. And just, we're just using a board that's fairly straight, nothing special. And what I'm doing is just setting it on the very front edge of the two legs, going across just like if the top was going to be here. And then come underneath and scribe a line. That'll be the location of the bottom of the bench top. Okay, not to try and confuse you, but this will be the shoulder of this top little stub tenon, so we actually need to measure up 3/4 of an inch. Cut this off. This will be our shoulder of the tenon. Then we'll use the same mortise gauge that we laid this tenon and mortise out with, same setting, and go ahead and cut this tenon. Like I said, it's identical to the bottom, it's just of course shorter. But like I said, be sure cut your board to length 3/4 of an inch above this, and then this, transfer this line around. That will be your tenon shoulder. So let's get it cut. Okay, we've reinstalled the bench top on the bottom assembly here. And what we need to do now, we have our bottom mortise and tenon cut, and we have our tenon on the top. We don't have the mortise in the top yet. And to locate it, just set the back vise piece on the shoulder, and you can see we can slide up and the tenon lays right up against the bench top. So we'll just take and mark that intersection on the front and underneath. Okay, with that done, we can flip this up and with our mortise gauge, and this is the same setting we've used on the tenons and the lower mortise. No use change it, just with the fence against the front of the bench top. Just scribe it in. We'll run these on across with our square in just a minute. The same process as the bottom one, we'll bore a few holes and chop out the waste, and we'll have the back piece mounted. Okay, the mortise is cut. We've got that chopped out and cleaned out there in the bottom of the top. Of course, we did the tenon a little bit ago too, and chamfered the edges. It helps. This piece can move back and forth a little till the top's down, so helps line it up. And let's see how it fits. There we go. Now we're ready to get our vise chop and line up where our parallel guide is going to go through this piece and the chop, and drill the second hole for the big screw to go through. Okay, we've got our back piece of our vise mounted, and now we've got to locate the holes for the screw and the parallel guide, and we're going to start with the parallel guide. And the way I locate it, if you'll remember when we laid out earlier, we left an inch extra length on top right here, and I'm going to clamp a clamp right here just to hang this on. And also down here at the bottom, we have our vertical, our sides of our mortise for the parallel guide laid out already. Now we need to lay out exactly the horizontal sides of the mortise, the top and bottom. And so in this, what I do is just found the easiest way is to just use a clamp and put it right there on the 1 inch mark. And from our layout earlier, we know that puts the screw in about the right location vertically. So now what we need to determine is where the parallel guide will come through exactly now. So what I'm going to do, we want the parallel guide, this piece here that will come through the chop, it will actually be resting on top of this stretcher. It will slide in and out. So we want the bottom of this parallel guide, like I said, level with the top of the stretcher. So what we're going to do is just make a mark right here on the side. And that is we've got to transfer that around. So we're going to move over here to the bench, transfer this around, and chop this mortise. Okay, here's our mark we made at the top of the stretcher. Okay, like I said a minute ago, that's going to be the bottom of our mortise. And we need to transfer it across to these gauge marks that we made before we cut the chop out, you'll remember. So the reason we made them then was because, of course, the sides are angled and it would be impossible now. But we need to locate where the tops and bottoms of this parallel guide mortise is going to be. And these angled sides present a little bit of a problem here, but we still have straight reference surfaces up here. So generally what I do is just use a regular framing square and put your line up off the top up here and line up with that line, make you a mark across. Okay, that's where the very bottom of the parallel guide parallel guide needs to be. Okay, this goes through this mortise and it has a little tenon here that I've already sawn out. And this tenon is, if I turn it up on edge, you can see it better. It's just a shade longer than the parallel guide, than the chop is thick. And this will be glued and wedged into this mortise eventually. And then you can plane the end off flush with the face of the vise. But anyway, and one other little tidbit, the two little tablets that come off of this, when I saw that tenon out, you might want to save these. These make excellent wedges for the when we get ready to wedge this, you can sharpen up one end and drive them right in. They're the right width and work really well. So, but anyway, at this point, okay, we've got our line we brought across. You want to put the bottom of the parallel guide right on this line with the tenon crossing your gauge marks. And I just use a pencil and make a scribe mark at the top and bottom of this tenon. And this will be the waste that needs to be removed to make the mortise. And be sure and not go past and make the mortise down to that line, then it's going to be too large. And one other little tidbit I forgot, this dimension here, these two little shoulders, somewhere around 1/4 of an inch, maybe a little less is good. Generally I just make marks and saw it. Just, if you'll notice, one of these is just a shade wider than the other, and that's a good reason to also to mark which way you want up, because when we lay out the other side of this mortise, we want the same side up. So now we'll just flip it over. Use our square and bring this across so we can lay out the other side. And here again, be sure your square, I like to use it off the same side of the vise. That way, if there was, this was out of line somehow, this particular side of the vise, it would put your bottom of your mortise in the same location. Line up with that mark and bring it across. And here again, same thing. Line up with that line. Don't let it move. Okay, now we're ready to chop that out. Okay, just like what we've done earlier, this mortise is of course 7/8 wide, same width as the parallel guide, and I'm using a 3/4 auger, and just drill a couple of holes to remove most of the waste, just like what we've been doing, and chop it out. Okay, we've got our mortise chopped, and we are ready to try the parallel guide. And that's pretty good. Once you get it through, it's a good idea to use your framing square and check, make sure with it seated all the way up on the shoulders that it's square to the chop in both directions. And you should be flush or protruding just a little bit on this side, and we're good there. So. Now we're ready to take that back out. We need to make 2 saw cuts in the tenon, in the tenon for our wedges to start them in, and no particular place they need to be. and I usually don't even lay that out. I just maybe come in from the top and bottom of the tenon about 1/4 of an inch or so and saw down about an inch. And we end up with a tenon looks like that. And we've got our 2 saw cuts coming down. That's to drive the wedges in. It'll actually push the top and bottom edges out tight against the mortise. So now we're ready to glue it up. Okay, we're ready to glue up. And one last little detail is to make the wedges. And these are just the little tablets that come off the tenon on the parallel guide that I saved, and not much at all to it. I just shave one side down to where it's pretty thin. You want to be sure it'll start in the saw curve. So, and you can do these from both sides in the sharpening process, or do it from one side. It's not terribly important. And just put it up against your bench hook and shave it down till it's pretty thin on the end. Like I said, you want to be sure it'll start in there. So now, to assemble this, this is how I start, is to clamp the parallel guide up in the vise. And be sure your top, I've got it drawn right here on the top of the parallel guide. You can't see that, but be sure it's towards you, or whichever direction is going to be the top. And go ahead and spread a little glue on it. This, once the wedges are driven in, is a very, very tight, very strong joint, especially with it setting on the shoulders. One other little thing, I'm using the brush here we'll actually plane the very end of this tenon off once this is assembled, but push a little glue down in those wedge slots. And then a little bit in the mortise. If you're like me, you'll make as big a mess as possible. Okay. Be sure your face side is out and slide it down on there. The reason I clamp it by the parallel guide to begin with is when you're driving these wedges in, you want to be sure the parallel guide the shoulders stay tight to the back of the vise. Just for safety's sake, I'm going to put just a little bit on the wedge. And I usually get them both started and try to drive them down. You can drive one wedge in too far and close up your other saw curve. So just kind of get them both started and then tap them down evenly. And at this point, you can still move this a little bit before the glue dries. So it's a good idea, of course, to check it for square. Okay, we're good side to side. I need to... Okay, now we're good up and down. So we'll let that dry a little bit and we'll be ready to saw the wedges off and plane it flush. Okay, it's been a little while. The glue is set. I used a crosscut saw and cut the wedges off pretty close to flush, and then I use on an end grain like this, a lot of times I use a jack plane with a cambered iron. If it's fairly sharp, you back it off for a fine cut, it'll level that out real quick, and then hit it with a joiner to flush up the end of the tenon on our parallel guide. So now we're ready to bore the holes for our pin that goes through here. And this is 2 rows of holes, and they're staggered. So basically in the end you wind up with a hole every 1/2 inch. And it would be a good idea to, you can lay this out before you glue it in. And it may be easier. But to start out, let's see, I need to gauge that first. You need to make 2 gauge lines, and I usually split the parallel guide into thirds, thereabouts. You make a couple of pin points. That's pretty good right there, so we'll go with that. And just gauge down the length of it. You got 2 lines. This is going to be our 2 rows of holes we've got to bore through here. And we start out with one hole about 1/2 inch from the back of the vise, and the second one about 1 inch. We're going to take our dividers and set them to 1 inch. Okay, we'll start on one line, put our point in the mark we made. This is the 1/2 inch one, and make a mark across your gauge line. And you don't have to go all the way to the end with these. You could, but once it gets far enough out, some of the parallel guide needs to be in the backboard here, of course, to hold it. So I usually stop a little before the end. So we've got 1 row laid out. Now we're going to come back on our 1 inch mark. And do the same thing. And these, you want it pretty accurate, but they're not super critical. Their locations. So there we go. And what we've done, now we have a hole for a pin every 1/2 inch, even though they're staggered. If we drilled, say we come in between and drilled just a single line of holes every 1/2 inch, there would not be enough wood in between to support the pin, so it would break out when you tighten the vise up. So by having 2 rows staggered like that, it preserves the integrity of the parallel guide. So our pin, this is one that I've made. They don't have to be anything special, whatever you've got. This particular one is 3/8 in diameter, so we've got a 3/8 auger here to bore it with. And this is truly boring work with all the way down this. And you don't want to drill. I need to move that up just a little bit. You don't want to drill quite all the way through and break it out on the other side. You want to, once the lead screw comes through, you want to stop and finish it up from the other side. So that one's through. That one's through. That one's through. I'm not going to drill all these right now. Everybody watching this will go to sleep because, like I said, it's truly boring. So you see where our lead screw came through. Now we can just come back and finish it up. By doing it this way, it keeps from you having a blowout on this side. You can take and there's our, you can see what our pattern there coming along. So we'll go on down through and drill the rest of these, and we'll be ready to make the mortise that this goes through on the bench. Okay, we need to make the mortise that will come through the back piece of the vise that, of course, mounts right here. I've got it out right now for the layout. And to lay that out, we're going to use our vise assembly with the parallel guide already in it that we've made and set it in place with it, the parallel guide setting on the stretcher. And what we want to do is use your framing square to the side of it, and we want to get it where the screw hole is somewhere around 1/2 inch to 3/8 away from the leg, and you can't see that just yet. So we're pretty close there. Hold it in place. Okay, make sure you're square, and just take your pencil and scribe down the sides of the parallel guide where it crosses this stretcher. Okay, at this point, we want to bring those lines over the front just enough to lay out onto the back piece of the vise. Okay, now with the top flipped up, we can put our vise piece in and just make two marks, that location of that parallel guide. Okay, we've got to cut a mortise, of course, for this parallel guide to slide through. The reason I'm not giving you a measurement here, like 3 inches or 2.5 or whatever, if when you're building your bench and you have any variation in this angle, in other words, your legs could be angled a little more or less than this particular one is, you could actually, it can throw off your screw location up here. So it's best to assemble it and do it the way I just did it, and you know, your vise is custom fitted to your bench. That way if there's a variation somewhere, it doesn't matter. So you want to be sure, like I said, that screw clears the leg and doesn't go in, you know, you don't want it to run into the leg. And another thing, you can move the vise farther to the right. I didn't mention that. I generally like it as far, I'm right-handed, I like it as far to the left as I can get it. If you were left-handed, you would want, of course, your vise on the right end, and you would probably want it as far to the right. So, and that also gets the vise, when it closes, it's closing over the leg also, which, like I said, gets it farther to the left and out of the way. So now we're ready to move back up here and finish laying this mortise out and cut it. Okay, here's our marks we just made off the stretcher to locate our parallel guide side to side. Okay, now we're going to use our mortise gauge again to lay out the rest of this mortise. And to set it, we're going to start here at the parallel guide and set the teeth right where I can see it to the width of the parallel guide. You don't really want to measure these, just because it needs to fit the parallel guide, so we'll set them off of it. Okay, now our layout marks, we line those teeth up with those marks we made earlier and tighten our fence down. Check that. That's good enough. Okay, now we need to, the parallel guide is 2 inches tall, so we'll make our marks a little bit farther than that. Now, gauging from the same edge, turn this over, fence to the, like I said, the same edge, and the same thing on the back side. The reason we use the gauge instead of laying this out by measuring and then maybe use a square or something is we want this parallel guide slot to go straight through this back piece of the vise to keep the vise parallel with the face of the bench. So next, oh, I need to mark the depth. I'm about to forget that. To mark the depth of this, I just use the parallel guide itself and hold it about, get this around here where you can see it, about a 1/4 inch off the shoulder right here. And what that's going to do is make this mortise about a 1/4 inch taller than the parallel guide itself is, and that gives us room to move and for the vise to be able to rack and up and down a little bit in the mortise, and this will make more sense here shortly. But so make it about a 1/4 inch or so taller than the parallel guide. And this is our mortise we're going to cut out. And to transfer these around, the tenon, we're actually going to saw straight through that tenon. Move that, get it down just a little bit. Just using a scrap block of wood here that's, I know the edges are square on, and you can just set it up against the tenon, and this gives you a good guideline to start sawing. This little mortise, you want it to be fairly accurate. The parallel guide to fit fairly tight in here. Or not tight, but accurately. It needs to slide easily, but you don't want a lot of side-to-side movement in it. So, we're going to saw that out. And bring it on down. Kind of like what we've done earlier, kind of getting a diagonal started down this side, and then we'll come back and finish up from the other side. Okay, there are our saw cuts just right down inside the gauge lines there. So now we're ready to remove the waste. Okay, we've made our saw cuts here. Now we need to remove this waste. You can just go ahead and kind of like what we did on the bridle joint on top of the legs and chop and split out chunks. But sometimes, especially in yellow pine, it tends inside, you'll break out pieces. And so we want the top of this mortise to be nice and smooth because the parallel guide will actually rock against it somewhat. And so we want to maintain all the wood in there we can in the top, you know, nice, smooth, straight top. So to prevent that breakout, what we're going to do is we're going to bore with an auger first. Halfway through from either side, and that usually prevents the that top from breaking as you chisel it. So, like I said, go about halfway, and then you can come back with your chisel. And we're going to go ahead and chop this side, and then we'll flip it over and finish it up. But you can go ahead and take your chisel and chisel on down to your line. Flip it over. Same thing from this side. can actually and just like before, kind of starting off the line with the first little bit of waste there. There we go. We've got a nice smooth top to our mortise. And this is probably a little bit fat. I want, like I said earlier, I want this to fit pretty well. So I'll probably have to test it here and pair a little more, but I can see right there I know I'm a little bit heavy, so we're gonna, and then just try your parallel guide, see how it starts down in there. So that's still a little tight, it needs a little bit more cleaning up on the other side. This is kind of the way you want to do this. Like I said, we want this to hold that parallel guide, at a right angle to the bench. So if you get a whole lot of movement side to side, the vise doesn't work as well. When you're holding something, especially if you're clamping just on one side of the jaw of the vise. This, as the name implies, keeps it parallel. So just kind of take your time with this joint. Like I said, you want a nice good fit here. There we go, and it can actually, that's pretty good. We're gonna need just another skosh taken off of it, but that's a good fit there. We're good and straight through. So there you go. Now we need to put this back in the bench again, and now we're going to mark where the vise screw will go through the back piece and bore that hole. Okay, we've installed our vise and parallel guide in our back piece, and now it slides in and out, and it's starting to look kind of like a workbench. So It's all good. So now we'll take our square again and put it up to the side, and it should be pretty close if your layout and your fit is good, but check it anyway. So we're good on the square part. And now just scribe from the inside of your hole onto the back piece the location of the big screw hole. Okay, now we're going to remove this from the bench and bore the hole real quick, and we'll be ready to move on. Now we have our circle. We traced off the vise chop or jaw, and we need to find the center of it because we're going to bore this one a little different than we did the one in the chop. We're going to use a big auger, and so we need to find the center, and about the easiest way is just take a regular pair of dividers and set it somewhere around what looks to be the center, and make an arc. That's right through my face mark, and go from 3 points on the circle, and that should get you. See, we have a little triangle, so we know our center is right in the middle of that triangle. So now we're going to clamp it up. Okay, I have like I said, a big, this is a big T-handle auger. This is a 2.5, and really not a very common thing. I don't know, tell you to go out and hunt for one or not. I've not seen many this size. You find them up to 2 inches pretty regular, but anything any bigger is kind of rare. One thing on these good thing to look for if you do happen to run across one, you need a good point. These are really hard to file and get to where they'll work again if the point's broke. And of course, you know, the side cutters right here, sometimes you see them filed away to about nothing. Be sure they're there. And when you sharpen, you know, the actual cutters on the bottom, not too critical. Get them straight and sharp. But on the side cutters, be sure and just sharpen the inside, this inside edge right here. You don't want to file on the outside, because that can actually mess the auger up. The cutter end is actually just a little bit wider than up here on the spirals. So. But anyway, a little bit about T-handles. But if you can't find one of these or don't know where to borrow one or get one, you can do like we did before with drill several holes and chisel it out, which works just fine. This, for time's sake, we're going to use this big one that I've got. But this one also has a very big lead screw, so we're going to use just this regular Jennings bit here and make a little starter hole for that lead screw, because that thing is kind of hard to get started. So just pretty close to the center of my little triangle there. Now, you see what I did. I just used the lead screw off the Jennings bit to make a little small hole. And another little thing, and I haven't done it here, a lot of times I save this scrap that we ripped off here earlier and use a couple clamps and clamp it back on just to prevent any chance of this breaking right here. It's not too risky. These usually aren't too bad about breaking, and I'm going to chance this one, but good idea if you want to. Probably a little safer way to do it. Like I said, this is a 2.5 inch auger, and our hole actually needs to be 2 5/8. One thing about this, when it bores through, it actually makes about a 2 5/8 hole. It just kind of wallers around in there, I guess, a little. But when you get, if you do have one of that size, you can, when you get done, you can chisel or rasp that last little bit out. But anyway, just start it through. This is a big auger, and it looks like it would be really hard to turn, but it's not. It's not too bad. If you cross your arms on one of these, when you grab the handles, you can get a full revolution each time. just try to keep it as straight as you can. This is, if you do get a little crooked or something, like I said, you can clean it up with a rasp after you get the hole drilled. And just come on through. One thing about a T-handle with a Jennings bit, the way the little knickers are made, you can, like we've done earlier, drill almost all the way through and then finish up from the other side. With a T-handle, that's kind of a hard thing to do. When you get down to the last, you kind of work it back and forth. You can look through there and see what wood's left. Because with the knickers turned up like that, it really doesn't start back the other way very well. So it's just as well to drill it all the way from one side, and when you get to the bottom, just kind of take it easy and go back and forth there and work your way on through. Okay, we've taken the top off here. Of course, the bench is turned around backwards. This is the back side of the vise we've been working on. Here's the chop sticking up. I would suggest you do this with the top on. It will hold your back piece in place a little better, but so you can see it, we've got it partially disassembled. So what we need to do here is make a little shallow mortise for this nut to set in on the back of this leg, and it helps keep it from twisting. When you assemble the bench, the nut will actually slide into this when you assemble it. But if you'll notice, the back piece of the vise is a little bit thinner. We've got a little shoulder right here. The leg is a little wider. So we're going to cut a mortise that depth, so the nut will actually run flat across the back of the vise piece into this mortise into the leg and secure it. And to lay that out, it needs to be laid out at 15 degrees, same as the top of the legs. So the easiest way to do that is just kind of assemble it like what I've got here, just like it's going to be, and kind of get it in the hole and kind of snug it up. Then, using your bevel gauge, and it's set to 15 degrees, same as top for legs, put it on top of the nut and just align it with the to get it to 15 degrees also. Okay, and carefully, hopefully without moving it, just trace around it onto the back of the leg. Okay, at this point, you should have marks, of course, where we just traced. It's a good idea to, not a good idea, you need to do it, trace the depth of this little mortise. We're going to back this off a little bit so you can see, but I'll remove this. Get the, and like I said, normally you'd be doing this with the top on, and so this, you would be absolutely positive this is located correctly, but I'm going to line it with the front of the leg, which is where it should be. And you just trace off the back side to the side of the leg, across where I'll have to take screw out to finish this one, but that defines the depth of this little shallow mortise. So once you've done that, then you're ready to chop it out. So we're going to take this back apart and take it over the bench and cut that out. Okay, we've reassembled our vise here, and as you can see, and I can move it here a little bit with the top off, our nut, we have the mortise cut out for that, and it is flush with the back. When the top's on, held straight, it's flush with the back of the piece like we were wanting. And I also went ahead and drilled 2 1/4-inch holes for these screws here. And what they do is basically just hold the nut in place on this side. The mortise holds it over here. And these don't even have to really be all that tight or anything. If the nut moves just a little bit, it won't hurt anything because the mortise will keep it from turning, supports it. So, and after I bored the holes, I countersunk the heads, and you can see these are straight head screws. And these can still be bought. Most hardware store screws this size are going to be Phillips head, and it's kind of more, a little more period correct to use straight head, so that's what we did here. But we've installed them, and the nut is mounted, and as you can see, the vise screw goes right through there. So now at this point we need to move on, put the top back on here. We need to cut the vise off, and also the garter that will pull the vise chop in and out with the screw as like when you back it back out. Get the little mortise cut for it and make it. So let's move on to that, and that'll pretty much finish up the vise. The garter is what we need to do next. And as you can see, when I turn the screw out, the vise is being pulled out with it. And the garter engages a groove that's turned into that screw and kind of attaches the vise to the screw. So to cut it, it's not much to it really. I've already laid out my rough width, and I've got a piece, and this is, we'll cut it to length after we get it made, but basically what this will do, go through a mortise and intersect this groove right here in the screw. And so when you turn the screw, it pulls out with the pulls the vise out with it. So to lay it out, like I said, I've got my rough width marks already made, and you want it pretty close to intersecting the center of the screw there. And I'm just going to bring these on over. And in this one, I just have you may want to go ahead and come on across right here, just to have a good line to eyeball reference from. Roughly straight down there. So I'll go ahead and set that hole fast as soon as the mallet reappears. Next, we need to lay out the width of this little mortise. And to do that, we have to measure. We need to set our gauge fence. The fence of the gauge needs to be the same distance from the back side of the screw head here to the garter slot. So what we'll do is just roughly measure that. And I've already set the pins right here to the width of my mortise chisel. It's the same as we've done earlier, but it's set to this is a 3/8, same mortise chisel we used to cut the keys in the long stretcher. and just make your 2 little gauge marks right there. We'll dark it in with a pencil so you can see it. And right there is where we will start to chisel. And so this is identical to what we did on the keys on the long stretchers. Like I said, same chisel and same size mortise. Lacking a mortise chisel in this piece, you could drill a series of holes and use a regular bench chisel. But if you have a mortise chisel, this is just as quick and easier, in my opinion. But it takes a couple of minutes, but just chop straight down. And once in a while, kind of stand back and look and make sure you're going straight into the vise. And just chop it on out. It doesn't take very long. Get in there. And just work your way down. Okay, I have the mortise chopped all the way through, and you can see the garter coming, or what's going to be our garter coming through. And it's a nice fit right there. It's just a nice friction fit. So we're going to pull that out, and we need to cut a little arc in the bottom so it'll fit around the screw just a little better. So generally, this doesn't have to be airtight. I just usually set it down in the groove and just trace the outside right there. And you'll end up with a little shape like that. And just use the coping saw and cut it out. You can use a rasp to clean it up if you want to. Like I said, this is not, you just want it to seat mostly in that groove, but the better it is, that's fine. So there we go, not much to that. One thing I didn't mention, this is a piece of cherry, and this is just a piece of scrap I had. Anything fairly hard will work here. A scrap of oak, but you know, any kind of wood fairly hard will work just fine for this. And as you can see, we can't pull the screw out, so we know we're engaged in the slot like we need to be. And so now we can go ahead and we'll mark. And I'm not going to go all the way across because I don't want to be tempted to cut that off right there. We want to make it a little bit longer so we can pull it out later if we need to. Move this out of the way. And we'll go, I don't know, let's say about right there. And here again, you can I'm just going I'm gonna round the corner, so when I'm coming across, I'm gonna go ahead and get this one. And then let's flip it over and get the other one. Might be as quick as moving that blade around. And here again, just a little bit of rasp work and smooth it up. That's not too beautiful. It needs a little bit more shaping, but you get the idea there. And one last thing I usually do, I said these are friction fit, and over time they tend to lose that, and you need to be able to remove this. You don't want to glue it or anything, because this groove in the end of the little garter will need lubrication, as in waxing occasionally, and you need to be able to get this out. So to make it easier, it's hard to, if it's friction fit, it's hard to grab a slick piece of wood. So we're going to take a chisel and just make a little V. In fact, it might be easier if I take make a little saw cut here first. And then just take your chisel and just make a little V groove back here in the back. And as far as a shape for this thing, this one, of course, nothing fancy. Some people cut a little design on the end of them. That's entirely up to you. The main thing is that it engages the screw and works. This part's all how it looks is completely up to you. So there we go. Just cut a little V in the back, so now we've got a little place to put our fingers to pull it out. So that's the little garter. One other thing I haven't thought to mention, this one mounts on the well, with it on the bench, it would be on the left side of the vise chop, away from me. If you were left-handed, you'd probably want it over here. I tend to want it on the off side. You can put it on either side, really, it doesn't matter, but once in a while you need to clamp something, and if you're, like I said, if you're right-handed, you'd probably want it on the left. But anyway, that's the garter. Okay, there's some different variations you can do on the vise, and this is up to you. There's no set rules that I know of. This handle, for instance, it's just made from a dowel. This is a 1-inch diameter dowel oak, and I bored through a couple of little 1/4-inch holes and whittled out a couple 1/4-inch little pegs out of just some scrap wood, and that just keeps it from falling through. There are many options here. The companies, a lot of them that make the vise screws, if you buy one of them, have commercially made handles that are, with threaded ends, and they all basically do the same thing. You also, if you have a lathe, you could turn your own, some kind of any design you want. The chop, you can see here we've rounded it over. It's also been leveled to the top of the bench. When I sawed this off, I left it just a shade high and then come back and planed level with the bench. And also you'll notice the edge has been rounded over, and basically just use a chisel, or maybe a couple layout lines, just to guide, and then used a chisel and knocked the majority of the waste off, and then come back with a jack plane and block plane, smooth it up a little bit, not a whole lot to it. And you don't have to round it. You can leave it square if you want, but I kind of like them rounded. You also notice I've chamfered the edges a little bit These down here with a spoke shave, and around the curved parts here with a chisel. Something else you don't have to do, but it's eventually these edges tend to get beat up, so chamfering them off actually helps. It looks nice, plus it toughens that edge a little harder to chip it. So that's about it on the vise. It's operational now. Everything's together, and I think we're ready to move on to the tool tray. Okay, in the beginning, I showed you that, of course, the tool tray is removable, and to empty it, like wood chips and shavings and stuff, just pick it up and dump it out. It's the easiest way. But we need to make this piece, so and it's pretty simple, really. It's basically 4 pieces of wood. You've got the floor of it, and then 3 edge pieces. And the floor sets in a groove that's plowed around the inside. You can't really see right now. And there's a little rabbet around the edge of the floor, the bottom board. And then we have 2 end pieces that are dovetailed. And if you'll notice, this lower tail looks kind of strange. This one, of course, kind of normal. This one has a little section missing from it. And what that does is that is left there intentionally to cover the groove that we've got to plow around here, and that way we don't have an open little slot there. And there's different ways of dealing with that. You can do a lap dovetail where this little section here is completely removed and this one's flat. If you'll look at this tool tray, I did it a little different, and it kind of shows you exactly where that little groove is. I just left a little projection to fill that. Or if you don't feel comfortable with any of these, you can just leave the slot and drive a little scrap of wood in there and glue it, or leave it open. It really, structurally, it doesn't make any difference. Just entirely cosmetic. So to build this, to start off, we're going to start with the band around the edge, and we're going to start by plowing the groove. So let's get our backboard out and get it plowed. Okay, the groove that the bottom board of the tool tray will set in, this is, of course, our little band around the tray, is, I usually make it whatever the bottom board's thickness is, the top of the groove should be that distance from the bottom of the board. In other words, this tray is made out of 7/8 stock, so that the top of the groove to the bottom here is 7/8 of an inch. And that way it sets level on top of the stretchers when it's installed on the bench. So to plow this groove, we use let's just call it a plow plane, and it's basically the fence, and we've set it, this particular one, to 7/8 from the fence. This one has a 1/4 inch iron. Most of the plow planes, the wooden ones are nice. They also, this is a Stanley 45, a steel version, does exactly the same thing. So whichever you've got. If you're interested in that kind of thing, one of the other instructors here, Bill Anderson, has a video on restoring and using joinery planes, and it has a section on just plow planes, how to use them and how to set them up. So to start, I generally start on the end you're going to be coming off of, and work my way back to begin with, then make full strokes. So your left hand, or in my situation, my left hand, I use it mostly to keep the fence tight against the work, and my right hand is providing the motion, the power to the plane. So we're going to start too far back there. And just This is a very gnarly, we're going all kinds against the grain, gnarly piece of plumbing. Okay, as you notice there, the plane quit cutting, and I forgot to mention there's a depth stop here, and I set it to 3/8 of an inch. So once the plane stops cutting, you're done. So this is ready to go. So you need to plow the same groove in the back board, the back rim piece, and then we're ready to dovetail the ends. Okay, we're ready to start the dovetails, and here's what we've got to cut. And you see the little notch we've left out of this one tail. And this is a fairly narrow board, so just did 2 tails. And you can see how this little notch is level with the bottom of the groove, and you'll see that as we go. So this is the back board, and I'm cutting the tails on it. You could make this the pin board if you want to. I'm going to use, I like the extra support on the end boards, so by making them the pin boards makes it a little bit stronger in that direction. So to start off, we need to make the baseline, and this gauge is set just where it's just a shade wider than the board is thick, and we'll scribe both elements, this board and the pin board, with this same gauge and at this same setting, and just run it around, make a good line that you can see. And this is a little bit tougher than normal dovetailing because this back board is a little over 6 feet long. But I kind of have to work a little bit of an angle on some of this, but we'll make it work. So we've got our baseline here, and I'll darken that a little so you can see it. I can keep my pencil in there. And what I generally do on one like this is just use whatever chisel I want my pins to be, and this one is a 1/2 inch chisel. And just right here at the bottom edge, with the chisel pretty close to the edge, just push in. What you're doing, and this might be a little hard to see, but I'll make a pencil mark. There's where my chisel mark stops. Okay, on the top edge, normally you would do exactly the same thing, but over time we may have to flatten the bench top, and this board is the same height as the bench is thick. So it may eventually have to have some planed off the top. So I'm going to move my chisel down just a little bit to leave a little bit of extra on that top, what will be the 1/2 pin on top, and just same thing again. I didn't push in enough. Make you a little chisel mark, and right there's the edge of it. Okay, we're just doing 2 tails, so all we have to do is split that area in 2. So we've got about right around 2 1/4 there. So move my, I know where you can't see me, so I'll go about 1 1/8 inches. Just make a mark about where the center is. This is not critical. If this is a shade to one side or the other, it's not the end of the world. So just center your chisel on that mark. Set it in your baseline. And just like what we did before. And you can see now we have, these are actually going to be the pin, where the pins come through. This will make sense as we go along. My bevel is set to, I have no idea what. It's, I've copied what I've already cut on the other end, so it's already set, but I don't know what angle exactly that is. And what I'm doing here is going at the edge of where I set in with the chisel is where I line my little bevel up. And the only thing about the angle here, I try to leave enough room where I can get 2 saw curves started right here. Then on this outside one, the edge of my, where I staked in with the chisel, make a mark, same thing over here. Okay, these are our 2 tails, they're going to stay. Mark your waist. That's what has to be cut out. So like I said, this being a 6-foot long board kind of complicates your life a little bit when it comes to dovetailing. We're going to bring these marks across here. Just in case you can't see, right there is where we're at. Have it laid out. Okay, now I've put it in the vise here and we're ready to saw. Main thing here is staying on the angled lines is not real critical, but you want to be square across in this direction because we're going to lay out the pins off of these tails that we're cutting out now. This part is not real critical other than that direction. Okay, we can go ahead with a coping saw and we'll remove the waist right here in this center one while we've got it clamped up in this direction. Turn my saw a little bit. Okay. Okay, now we need to move it and come back and cut these our two edges, and we'll be ready to clean it up. Okay, the waist on the sides here, I generally cut a shade off the line, and then when I chisel my base lines, I clean it up then. Some folks saw right on that line. Whatever you're comfortable with. It's fine with me. So. Turn it over. Same thing on this side. With the majority of the waist sawn away, now we can finish up. And what I do is just set the chisel right in the baseline we made with the cutting gauge earlier, the little knife line. This one is almost right on it anyway. I coped it all the way to the bottom just about. But if you'll notice too, my chisel is exactly the right width. This is the same 1/2-inch chisel I used to lay these out with. So just go about halfway and undercut it just a little bit. We don't want any interference from the end grain there out towards the center. So, and then on these sides, I do the same thing. This is what I was talking about a minute ago. Some people, when they saw the side waist off go all the way to this line, I tend to get a little better results going this route. And like I said, halfway from either side. Okay. And just same thing on this side, just right down to that baseline. Undercut in the center. One last little thing while we're on this side. Here's our groove coming through, and we want to remove this little noggin, this left right here on this side of this tail. While we're here, we'll go ahead and knock that off. And what I'm doing right here is just severing it across the grain. And you can take your chisel and just bring it down pretty much level with the bottom of this groove, flush with it. And there we go. Okay, with our tails cut, we're ready to lay out where the pins will go on the end board. And that's pretty simple. What I've done is with this long piece, this, like I said, makes this complicated too. I've lined it up with the edge of my bench. And I've kind of got it just lightly held in place with a hold fast. Be sure your grooves are aligned or on the same side of the board. Same side of both boards, rather. And there's several ways of scribing this. Use a knife or a pencil. In this case, I'm just going to use a pencil. Just be sure to get real nice and tight up against that tail. Be sure your pencil's sharp. And there we go. So now, this is our waist that has to come out. And we need to remember, when we lay out over here, we're going to leave a little fillet to fill that notch in the tail. And I haven't scribed my baseline on the pin board, and you only have to do it on the two face sides. You don't have to do it on the edges. Just same as we did on the other. Bring that on across. And at this point you can use your square and bring these lines down. back here. As a guide. Okay, on this one, what I do is we know that fillet is straight with the groove. So we're going to bring this around. Over here. And then I tend to leave this just a little bit long. Set this over on with my baseline right at the bottom of that one. Like I said, the safe thing is to leave this baseline just a shade long. It's real easy to trim a little more off right there. And I'm going to erase my line right here coming down, so I'll remember not to go past this line. It's very easy to do. So I need to bring that one on down. So there's what we have. And we'll saw here, 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 down to right here, and that'll leave this little block as our fillet. So now we're ready to saw. Okay, the trick, or good guideline here, I don't know if it's trick, is to you want to cut in the waist, and our pencil lines where we scribed off the tails are actually outside of the tails where they landed on here. So we need to be sure and stay on the inside, the waist side of those pencil marks. And when we get done, we want them to still be there. So you may want to kind of take your time here starting, and then just bring it on down to your baseline. Okay, right here on our groove, we want to saw just where the saw is just right at the edge of that. And go all the way to the baseline. Okay, this one on this far side is where our fillet is that we're leaving to fill that groove. So we don't want to go, we want to be sure to stop at our line, not forget. So there we go. Now we can just take our coping saw and get that waist out of the way. And we need to remember the angles of the pins when we're sawing the waist out. We don't want to cut into them. Okay, right here we move up. Top of our little fillet. Okay, and there we go. The waist is removed. Now we're ready to lay it back down and chisel our base lines, and we'll be ready to test fit it, see if it'll fit. Okay, just like on the tailboard, we're going to clean up our base lines here. And just like before, we want to just register our chisel in that little knife line we made. And we need to remember our angle there. And go about halfway across. Just same thing we did earlier. Okay, right here we have a baseline up here on top, and this piece is a little bit, tends to want to break sometimes because the groove is behind it. So we're going to just go real easy. Okay, now we're ready to turn this over. Come back from the other side. Be sure your corners are good and clean. Easy to leave little pieces in there. Okay, this side I'm below my baseline. I run past my line a little bit with a coping saw, but it's on the inside, so not a big deal. Right there's our. Be very careful with that little fillet piece there. Corners are clean. Okay, this part, my chisel won't quite fit, so I'm going to switch to just one size more narrow and clean this last little bit out. Okay, looks pretty good, pretty good. So now we can try it. Don't drop it. Okay, you see it's pretty good. I need to trim just a little bit more off my fillet so it'll go the rest of the way together, but we're looking pretty good there. So let's pull it back apart and trim that, and we'll be ready to move to the bottom board. Okay, I have the bottom board for the tool tray here on the bench and clamped up and ready to start cutting the rabbet around it, which what we're essentially creating is a tongue which will go into our groove on our the band that will go around here, and it'll be like a single shouldered tongue. You'll see here in just a second. To create this, it's called a moving Philister plane, and it works really good. It's made to work. It'll go with the grain too, but it really shines going across the grain. It has a little knife right here in front of the iron that nicks the cross grain, and then of course the skewed iron behind it that removes the wood, and works really well across the grain. And a fence to adjust, how wide you want it, and a depth stop to stop you from, at the depth you want. So anyway, this is another joinery plane, kind of like the plow we were using earlier, and this is also covered in the Bill Anderson's video on joinery planes, on how to pick these and restore them. But one of my favorite planes. It's a fun one to use when they're set up right. And to start, we're going to pull backwards, and you'll see what we're doing is that nicker is severing the grain. Now we'll start forward, and the iron is removing the nickers, coming ahead, severing the end grain, and the iron is removing the wood. Okay, now we're bottomed out, and there's our tongue that will go in the groove. And now we need to do the other end, the far end, do the cross grain ones first, and then we'll come back and cut the same groove down the back long edge, and then we'll be ready to assemble the tool tray. Okay, we have our rabbets plowed all the way on 3 sides, on both ends and the back, and you can see the tongue coming around. And so now we've assembled our little back band, and let's see how it fits. There it is. So with this assembled, we need to add a screw in each end right here to help support the ends a little bit, to keep them from getting pushed out. You have the dovetail on the back, but over here it's just kind of hanging out in the air, so that attaches it to the bottom board. And so we need to drill those, and that'll pretty much complete the tool tray. We've got our shelf, our tool tray assembled, and like I said, we need to add a screw on each end. And I generally just, not a particular distance, you don't want to put it right on the very end, but you want to pretty much go into the center of the thickness of the tool tray, which will be right just a little bit below or right underneath where that tongue is coming into here. And we're going to put these about right there. And we're drilling a hole that's actually a little bit bigger than or right about the same size as the shank of the screw. Okay, before we switch to a smaller bit, I'm going to just kind of move up and down, and we're going to elongate this hole a little bit. And the reason for that, when we final assemble this tool tray, I usually glue the back of the tongue into the back board, but these end boards you can't put any glue on because you've got to leave room for the expansion and contraction. The little slotted screw hole, what it does is let that screw move in and out just slightly to accommodate seasonal expansion. So now we're going to switch to just a little bit smaller bit, and this will be the actual pilot hole for the screw. And just drill it on in. And here again, use our little chamfer bit. And countersink. And as you can see right there in the beginning, that screw's got some wiggle room in this end board. So we'll run it on in. And these, I just snug them up. You really don't want to really torque this. Number one, you could split this end board, and number two, like I said, it's just kind of support this, keep it from getting pushed out. So there we go. So that's it. We need to mount the tool tray, and we'll be done, I believe. Okay, we have a couple of mounting options on the tool tray, and it may depend on the type of top you have. If you're using a solid chunk like this one, a solid, one solid piece that's dryness could be questionable, you may want to use something like this one has here. And these are just two little blocks screwed onto the bottom of the tool tray, and as you see, it protrudes beyond the edge, and that kind of reaches up under the top a little bit, and the back of the block sits just in front of the legs to keep it from sliding backwards. This keeps it from tilting, kind of locks in there. This is something I've started doing lately, and even if you had a dry top you're not worried about shrinking, this is a good option. It's real quick. A couple little blocks with the ends mitered off and two screws. Real good way to mount it, and it's changeable. The reason that's good, if you possibly have a top that's maybe still in the drying process, you end up with a gap here between the tool tray and the top, which is not a big deal, but with this you could adjust it, move the screws and close the gap up. The other option is dowels, and this works real well too. Kind of like the way we have the top mounted to the trestles on the top, long stretch or short stretchers on top of the trestles. The dowels go backwards here. They actually are mounted in the floor of the tool tray, but same as mounting the top, and we elongate one hole. The only negative to this one is if you have a top that, like I said, it's possible it could shrink some. This is pretty much, once you mount one this way, there's no moving the tool tray closer to the top at a later time if you need to. So this is either way works well. So if this particular setup, probably with of course a drier top, would work better. So that kind of concludes the construction of the bench. That's pretty much it. Okay, with your bench assembled and all the joinery done, everything mounted like you want it, you can come back at this point and finish it up. You see pencil marks and our layout lines and stuff everywhere. Come back, use however you work, a hand plane, scrape it, sand it, but clean them up, level up, which these have already been done, but smooth up ends of the tenons. We mentioned earlier putting dowels through. This one we haven't, but if you want to, like the original bench had, the single dowel through these two upper stretchers, the good time to do it, of course. Ends of your long stretchers, those are still square. Round them off or angle them, however suits you. The vise screw is kind of unique, or not unique, but there's a process to finishing it. And you can hear when I turn it there, it doesn't sound too good. And if you've noticed through the rest of the video using the other bench, you haven't heard that noise, and there's a reason. It's kind of a little process to finishing these up before you use them. My particular recipe, I guess you'd call it, is I usually put a coat of Danish oil, let it dry overnight, and set real well. Come back with a good wax, like Johnson's or car wax. Actually, on these screws, I kind of like car wax better. But anyway, a good coat on the threads, and you don't have to worry about wiping it off really. Just get them coated good, and it'll kind of wear into the threads and everything. Be sure and wax the garter groove that it runs in good, and right here the shoulder on the hub where it rubs against the front of the vise right here. Very important place to be sure that's waxed up good. And then just use it. It'll be a little chattery for a little while, but it doesn't take it long, and it kind of burnishes and gets smooth. And then after you use it for a little bit, you may want to wax it again, and then after that, probably won't need any more for a year or so. I generally wax mine. Actually, that one over there has probably been more than a year, so you get a pretty good amount of time. But be sure, like I said, wax the shoulder good, the garter groove. You can even wax the end of the garter right there where it meets the screw. And they'll smooth up. They really work great. And after initially, getting them finished and waxed up, they're really low maintenance. I was surprised on the wooden screws how little I do to them to maintain them. There's not much to it. As far as the rest of the bench goes, probably less finish is better in my opinion. I don't do a tremendous amount of gluing up on top of my bench, and that can make a difference on finish, because a good finish helps resist glue sticking to it. You can scrape it off, but not the only trouble with a finish that builds up and gets kind of slick is it makes the bench slick, and it makes it a little harder to work on. And like the bench I've been using to build this one, the older one there, it has a Danish oil, like 2/3 Danish oil, 1/3 satin poly mix, a couple of coats of that, and it's really a little bit too slick. Whenever I flatten the top the next time, I doubt I'll put anything back on the top itself. But me personally, if I was going to put a finish on one now, it'd probably be just maybe a coat or two of Danish oil. Just keep it simple. I mean, it is a workbench. You don't want to get it, so slick and so pretty you're afraid to use it, because it's going to get scratched and beat up over time. So as far as finishing up, that's about all I've got. So I think, that's the way I do the benches that I build and use. The bench can be customized also. We haven't talked much about that, to whatever you need. Maybe different vise options. The original didn't have a tail vise, and I'm sure you noticed the one we were using has one that I made. And those will be available in limited quantity through the accompanying webpage with the video. Face vise also, there's different options. I used a leg vise like the original had. There's angled versions that I've made that mount to the leg. There's also, of course, steel vices you can buy, guide rods. That may be what you want. Me personally, I would rather have the leg vise, but stuff like that, hold fast holes can be put wherever you want, and hold fast I would recommend. They're very handy, use it a lot. And as far as customization, the sky's the limit. Make it what you need. and what you'll use. And with that, that's about all I have. And so I hope everyone has enjoyed this video. It's been great fun for me to make and to build this bench and show it to everybody. And I hope, like I said, I hope you enjoyed it. And whatever you build it well. It'll outlast you and be a lifetime friend in your woodworking companion. So, and I'd really like to thank Roy Underhill. He's let us use the school here and come in here and trash the place for days on end and to make this video, and been great help in everything to do with this, and the inspiration as well. Guys at Old Salem, Jerome Bice, Chet Tomlinson, Brian Coe especially, he spent a lot of time showing us around, answering questions, helping us out, with the original bench and allowing us access to it, and it's been really wonderful to work with them. And Joshua Farnsworth, who's on the other side of the camera, who has endured me for several days now, and great job. So thank you very much. I hope you enjoy the video and build a great bench.